Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Nice guy with a cold shoulder. You be cool, but I don't know you. Wrote a flower and I'm off the potion. Give me superpowers and I won't stop. To the bank roll on supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in the squad NASA. Couple filled with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race. Tell these rap niggas eat my dust. Lil baddie after cellular. Talking life and I will set it up. I'm a sharpshooter, yeah, Will Smith. Call me Prince Park, let me freshen up. Bay boy on a level up. Way up, near the nebulas. I'm never copping a chain. Cause I see it all through the frames. And I leave it all on the pages. Feeling like they want me locked in a cage. They want us all in the fake shit, but I'ma go all the way A with it, cause I don't feel all the way safe here. Nah, spray the champagne shower up in the air. Stunner goggles, what the fuck is a flute? Untamed and she wild off the goose. Ghost ride, bitch, I come through the roof. Fuck 12, cause they all on my tail. Hella wild and I break all the rules. Chill, chill, bro, you way out of line. You don't know it's a mood. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world, bitch, I'ma go all the way. Got the JD spinning, got the Katie spinning, I'm outrageous with it, going crazy with it. Got the phrase jumping off the page, gifted, got the waves pushing, got the neighbors tripping, got the trap booming, jumping out the speakers, drip on me, jumping off the easel. Gold wristed, couldn't tell me shit, bitch. Nah, bottle fisted, cooking the bars, turn a lab into a living kitchen. Niggas grimace when I water with it, subtle flexing, live a candid image. Come from pushing in the S type with no license, gas load, the windows tinted. Still couldn't see me with the zoom on your little vision. Nah, we are not the same, we got different lenses. No one snapping like we something real vivid, keep it realistic. Fuck the split it with my day ones. Got the label making bank runs, cause the train of thought like a freight. I'm the type to get a late start. You the type to be afraid, huh? I'm the type to never have things. You the type to have it made, huh? Yeah, wave. And I keep you to the flame, huh? How they got me going this hard? Really, I'm the type to never say much. Vice grip, got the game clutch. Every song make the stage rush. I always said making money might change things, but never let it make us. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Young nigga with a dream, hold it down for my team. I'm afraid of how I'm feeling. I get high in the ceiling. How I'm feeling, high in the ceiling. I've been living like on past rules. In this rap to living like I'm finished. Wait, louder. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Wait.
to a larger extent even have a conversation, let alone convince somebody to come to the table in good faith that truly do not want to give up that power. They don't want to subscribe to the idea or even consider the possibility that we may be right. They don't even want to even come to the conversation in good faith outside of debating, right? They just want to be heard. Do you think that it's even possible for those type of people or women and some men even to a larger extent to even really make that transition?
I look at what the Tea Party was able to accomplish, and look at what the LGBT community was able to accomplish in a short period of time. They focused on the people that they could focus on, but they worked and did it. They had a grassroots movement of people who were invested. Look, it is not going to be possible to win the argument with 100% of the people. All you need is 10%. It's a tipping point. And I think one of the biggest things I learned in sales was when somebody was saying no, or when they were actually having a request for information. When I could find that somebody was saying no and they weren't going to buy, I would just shut it off and go on, because I don't want to waste time with someone who's got their mind made up. Somebody's got their mind made up. Let them stand outside and change their mind, if ever, at their own accord. But here's the thing. Everybody wants to be on the winning side. When stuff starts happening, when stuff starts working, when Black women are starting to get outcomes that they want, and Black men are starting to get outcomes that they want, it'll start happening over in that 10% side. And strangely enough, that if anybody ever been to college, they're like, oh, I can't stand them Kappals or them Alphas or them AKAs or them so-and-so. But everybody couldn't stand your ass, but they always wanted to go to the most lit party, and they found their ass at your party, no matter how much they hated your ass. Same thing.
So let me ask you this, Kevin. So this is an honest question. With the brothers, because again, I believe the conversation that you having with the sisters right now. I'm up to speed on all your videos, the things your father should have taught you, and to rank yourself as a man. Those are my top two personally, right? But what do the brothers need to work on as the women are having this conversation? Is it a simultaneous thing happening, or is it all focused on the women and the brothers are straight?
Well, no, I could never say that. The Black men needs to work on Black male media run by Black men for Black men. We have to have our own image. I mean, I don't want to use the word because I want to ding the platform, but if you go back to World War II Germany, they were able to do some horrific things through the media and propaganda. A lot has been done to the Black community through media and propaganda. We don't control our own image as Black men. Black women have more access to the levers of media and power than we do. We need that run by us for us, because when we run our own Black male media for us by us, that's an economy. That's an economy that spawns off into other things. That's an economy that spawns off into, if you want to sell into the Black community, you have to go through Black male media. That also goes into, and that branches off into advertising, media buys, banking, all other kind of things. Black men have to go for power. And the biggest power is our image was taken from us in 1915, D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation, and we have yet to get it back. We've yet to get it back. And now social media has come along, online media has come along, and it's democratized the airwaves. You don't have to go through the FCC, such and so forth. What we put on our Instagram, our TikToks, our Facebooks, our YouTubes as Black men, as we're using that to launch and go into our own endeavors, matters. This is why these kind of things are important. This is why when I talk about I don't beef, but we're going to have to, if Tyler Perry has Tyler Perry Studios down here, right? He's employing hundreds of Black people in $1 billion business. Black men need Tyler Perry Studios from a power Black men side first. But see, being male affiliated does not mean being anti-female. I think it's the ultimate being pro-female, because it gives women a choice. It gives women a choice to actually deal with men who are out for the best outcomes of their people, just like every other group of people on the planet, or working in the greater system at large. So no, I'll never say the pressure needs to be off of men. No, we got to fight everybody else. We just got to stop We just got to stop being at war with our women.
Yeah.
So I got a question. So I know that you stand on, and even to a larger extent, you went into a deeper conversation about it on Joe Budden's platform, where you were talking about the fact that you don't even entertain the idea of when people say negative things about you, especially guys, right? I personally struggle with that a little bit more than you, in that, because I have a platform, I'm willing to hold guys accountable, even though I want the best for them, right? The intentions a lot of times don't necessarily align with the actions. So my question then becomes, how do you, because you practically the hottest dude on the internet right now, how do you keep yourself above the fray, and that you're very supportive of the different platforms and the people that actually align with you or are rocking with you, but at the same time, you don't entertain or you don't deal with, to a larger extent, people that actually have negativity to say about you?
It ain't about me. It ain't about me. The trip that I went to LA, and I was reluctant. I didn't want to go to that trip. I went anyway. And going to LA, I had that podcast where I took a call that went super mega viral over a weekend. If you look at World Star Hip Hop, most videos do around 150 to 300,000 views. When that video surpassed 300,000 views in half a day, that stopped being about me. That captured a moment in time where people around the country, Black folks, were sitting around having discussions about this. So because I happen to be running the platform, I recognize that this is much larger than me, and I am representing men who have never been able to have a voice. So I'm cognizant of how I speak, even though when I talk about high value men, you notice how I always mention my blue collar brothers and this and that, such and so forth, because it ain't about me. Now, make no mistake, I don't necessarily like it, but I understand that also this is new information, a new way of looking at things for a lot of people. And it's shocking. It's hard to hear. But more often than not, people will say, you know what, when I first heard you, I couldn't stand you. But when you start to hear more women say, well, now that I watched you and I heard what you had to say in your own voice, I love what you're saying, even men. And I'm more content that will happen in a larger numbers than people who just hate you and want to cancel you. When I'm out and about, I have more Black men walking up to me saying, thank you. I've had Black men damn near in tears. Didn't know, so not even know how to even say thank you. So it ain't easy. I tell you that. Sometimes it really ain't, especially some of the egregious stuff. But again, it's the same stuff. How many more times they gonna call me gay? Download, haters mama. I mean, it's the same stuff. I mean, it's the same 8 or 9 insults. I was like, all right, haha. And eventually get to the point where you start laughing at it. Like when comedians and stuff meme you got to take that. You don't want to argue with no damn comedian. you don't want that kind of problem. You don't want those kind of problems. You let it ride, because more often than not, if somebody really has good intentions or better intentions for the outcome of folks, we may not have to like one another, agree, but if we can agree on at least some things to help us move further, I'll take that. But thanks for having me on, guys.
I definitely appreciate you, and I definitely want to say that I thank you, because me really trying to put in the work, but listening to you made the dots connect. And
that's the thing. We all got we all have to decide what we want to do in this, and everybody's role is a little different. My goal is to try to expand this out past the personality of one, bring more men into this, men who disagree with me. But it's one thing for women to see men who agree and disagree in real time, work it out and move the needle forward. Women follow men who are getting shit done. That's the challenge as men. You gotta get shit done. We can disagree, but we better disagree down the goddamn road. That's always the same thing. It's always about the work. You can say whatever the hell you want to about me, but you're gonna be saying it to my back because I'm going down the goddamn road.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Right, family, feel it, Teej. It's go time.
Let's just have a conversation.
Family.
What's going on, family? Introduce the crew. We got Precious. We got Wife School, Bruiser, Anton Daniels, Trigger Mike, Ali, Balance, Mr. Let Go, Lady Dabney, and myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good evening, all.
What's going on?
Hola.
What up?
Hey.
How y'all doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
To another Thursday.
Yeah. Balance, you got this thing going on. I don't know what's
her phone, man. Like, what in the world?
You're in the Matrix. I don't know how long
the Matrix
we get this together, but yeah. I guess it'll do. Mic check, balance.
Hey guys.
Oh wow. My mouth is not synced.
It's like a lag. The Wi-Fi, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, balance. Anyhow, it's good to see you guys. Made it to another Thursday, as Bruiser said. Before we get the show started, shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. Make sure you guys click that link, and that's how you get your deal along with your free gift. Let me see what we got in the chat. Big Bad Bull is in the chat earlier. I see Shamar Lawrence. E-Black TV, I haven't seen you in a while, brother. Salute to you. Shamar Lawrence. I think I said that one already. Jolie. Mova J. Julius. Shout out to all the Green Gang that's in the chat. If you want to become part of the Green Gang, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. So go ahead and click that and become part of the Green Gang. Y'all ready to do this, family?
Let's go.
All right, our first topic is a little icebreaker, a little something simple. Don't teach your kids to be weak. Don't teach your kids to be weak. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip.
We are a very sensitive culture, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't understand. I don't get it. I mean, I think I don't understand it. It's like peeling your skin off yourself and exposing yourself to the world. Like, you can hurt me. Try to offend me. Try. I'm not, if anybody can offend you, everybody can own you. I don't want nobody owning me but me. And all these trigger warnings. And I guess, you know, we should be kind and polite and all this kind of stuff. But don't teach your kids to be weak.
Mm.
And my parents didn't allow it. They didn't care. The teacher wasn't nice to me. She didn't put me in reading group 1. They never did because it was a squeaky mommy thing. They said, did you get 100 on your test? No, I don't want to talk to you then.
Don't teach your kids to be weak. We often hear Anton always say, F your feelings. I know Trigger Mike was on the panel where he's talking about, I guess, like therapy. And then occasionally on different panels, we hear people express that men should be a little bit more vulnerable. They should get in their emotions. I'm just curious to see what the panel think. If the old school way is better, should we be switching up to allow for more emotional kids, emotional men? Let's talk about it. Don't teach your kids to be weak. Who wants to go ahead and tackle this first?
I don't think any kid should be or learn how to continue to be emotional, because kids are automatically emotional because they're learning, they're growing. But to continue to have them behave that way is going to create them to have an unstable mind. Because if you have emotions and you let your emotions run your decision making, you're going to make bad decisions. So we need to teach them how to be more logical.
I agree. I have 2 sons, and I know I have my limits as a woman, because a man should really teach a man how to be logical. I think women, we teach our sons and they tend to be weaker because we're emotional and they pick up on those cues. And I see them, you know, sometimes being a little weak. I said, put some bass in your voice, boy. Or, you know, I try to let them like get strengthened and all that stuff. But I think it's more of a man's job to encourage a young man to be strong and not to be weak, because this world is not nice.
All right. Go ahead, Ali.
Like we said before, I think we discussed on some of the panels or earlier panels about mental health, right? No one's coming to save you. And everything we have in the result in our life is what we invest in and what we produce and what we fight for. And the rest of everything else is what you give up on or what you settle for. So if you ever saw anyone use that word, given the society we live in, if you ever see anyone use that word or profess that word, then we get used to that. If you live in an environment where you always have to be strong and you always see someone producing and there's never a reason to be weak, that you don't even know what that means. So I believe when you settle for something that really truly doesn't exist, because we're all here to produce, from nature to the sun, to the earth, to the water, everything's here to produce. There's no such thing as weakness. And I know there's a quote I heard before is pain is weakness leaving the body. So when you're producing, it's inevitable you're going to feel pain, and that's just weakness leaving the body. So we know you don't teach weakness, we teach strength.
Oh yeah, indeed. This is a good topic. So I have some notes. All right. So obviously, you know, this whole talk about, you know, weakness and strength, I think we got to understand what weakness is first and how it relates to, you know, modern society. So it starts with the boys. For boys, codependency is weakness. And for girls, strategic dependence, or rather partnership, is their strength, right? So it starts with the fathers in the home providing discipline to the kids. And we've come to a point in society where women dictate how discipline is supposed to be done, which is why society is suffering. All right. So women are not supposed to agree or even understand how fathers and men discipline boys. But since women have most of the hand in that, they got custody of the children. That's why we see society suffering in the way that it is. As I said again, it definitely starts with the boys. When I look at the way I was raised, you know, the world now would call it harsh. They would call it abusive. No, I 100% believe it was exactly what was needed to make sure that I was accountable for my family at all times, right? That I was always going out there to, you know, get my gold star by continuing to meet the standards that society had set for me and the expectations that my wife would have of me as a man.
All right, go ahead. Let go.
The number one thing that women teach their children when there's no man around is to be risk avoidant. And one of the biggest problems young people, especially young people these days, they are afraid of messing up. They're afraid of missing out. They're afraid of everything. And that is the biggest weakness, in my opinion, because as children naturally love to explore, find out new things, right? But if you're taught to fear everything, every time you reach out to do something, here comes mom, no, don't do that. I don't want you to get hurt. No. You actually become fearful because you're being taught to fear. So children are being taught to fear as the generations move forward, and it's mainly because all the single mother households. Because even back then when it was single mother households, it was a culture that taught even the women to send your kids outside to go play. These days, kids don't even go outside to play anymore, so even the streets can't even make you tough. So that's the reason why it's so different now, because kids are no longer outside as much, and they're up under their mother, just like they were when we were young.
This is why men should be in the house, because there are women who are naturally emotional, but the man can help the woman not be emotional, and then the woman can learn how to execute that on her kids. But if you keep taking the man out of the house, you and your kids gonna be emotional, and it's gonna be terrible for you to, have that in a society for yourself and your sons, your daughters, whoever it is that you're raising. So let's keep the men in the house.
All right.
I wanted to say, as far as fear, you have to have a respectable fear for your parents. Like if you don't have fear for your parents, something is wrong. Like something is madly wrong, because you have to have some type of fear within your parents. And like I said, it has to be a respectful fear. You have to know that when they cut their eyes at you a certain way, you straighten up. And if you don't, there's going to be further consequences. You have to know that if you don't do X, Y, and Z, then you're not going to get X, Y, and Z. Kids are not outside nowadays because the outside is in the inside on devices. Kids don't stay out till the street lights come on no more. Their lights are on their LED devices and in their beds with them and in their pockets with them. So, when I was growing up, this was blocked, that's blocked. You don't have access to this. You don't have access to that.
But that's a parent
parents do that now? How many parents have a code to their TV nowadays that their kids can't look at certain things?
The fear that you're talking about makes a lot of sense, but as far as emotions go, kids can have fear all day long and still be emotional as hell.
They're going to be emotional, but you as the parent have to understand that sometimes your happiness is not even in a marriage, like happiness is not the goal in a marriage. Happiness is not the goal for children. It's your job to raise your children. Happiness is sometimes not in there. And yes, you talk to them, but you're rearing children. You're growing adults.
But I don't think you should kill the happiness in a child, because that's the joy of being a child, is being happy, being upbeat, being alive. And when, like Aaron was saying, like, go sit down, don't do this, don't touch it, you kind of kill it. Sometimes women do overkill, and it just like has them in this state of like, fear, or she ain't gonna let me do nothing, or then like now you think, oh, my mom ain't gonna let me do nothing, she always hating on me. It's like you gotta have a healthy balance of knowing when to be happy, and then when you can't get certain things, it's knowing when to, like you said, have that respectful boundary with me as your parent, and to also encourage gratefulness. Grateful when you don't have certain things, grateful when you do have certain things. You know what I'm saying? So it has to always be a balance of everything.
Picking a balance.
I don't know if there's a 50-50 balance. Like I said, you're raising children. You're not raising your friends. You're not raising, there has to be a certain type of authority that you're not going to, there's nothing you can do to get past this authority. Yes, we can have happy times. We can have happy moments, and I can congratulate you. But at the same time, you have to take that authority.
Yeah, I agree. But
people of color, I find, majority, not everyone, have a hard time with discipline and self accountability.
That part.
So much. People of color. I'm talking about the men and the women alike. So when they become parents, it's the same thing. It's hard to teach your child discipline when you're not disciplined. Mm-hmm. And I say all the time, you can't love your child if you don't discipline your child. Period. It doesn't exist. You're not preparing them for the real world. And that's why we see these kids today. A lot of them are, I hate to use the word weak, but because that's the word that we have up here, they're not disciplined. That's how I would say it in my language. They're not disciplined. And people who aren't disciplined, they fail in life, period. So I'm not here to sugarcoat things and make people feel good about it. When you're not disciplined, you fail in life. Kids, grown people alike. So you want your children to make different choices and decisions that you didn't make. You're telling them to do all of these things when you didn't do them. It's just, it doesn't make sense. It's counterproductive. You're never going to have your children listen and be disciplined when you're not a person that listens and you're not disciplined. It doesn't work. And that's why the society is the way it is today. And it's very unfortunate. Again, I'm talking about the majority. And on this show, I'm speaking about the majority of people of color. And, you know, that's why I like to do my coaching to help people out, because you can't tell somebody to do something when you don't know how to do it.
Let me ask another question. What's discipline? What's discipline when it comes to kids?
That's so broad, Anton. Like, for example, there are people that don't know how to tell their children no.
Is that discipline?
That's one thing.
That's not discipline.
The discipline will come when the child is not listening, when the child isn't respecting what you're telling them.
When your kid do something wrong, how do y'all discipline?
That's the thing. People don't do it.
Well, how do you do it? Because listen, we can all throw out terms. We can you know, say the right thing. I see a lot of kumbaya on the panel, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe the overwhelming majority of anything that anybody is saying on this panel right now, because if people truly believed in the thing that they were saying, then they would be in the household with their kid. If people truly believed the thing that they were saying on this panel, then they would have made the sacrifice for their kid instead of leading based off of how they felt, because they understood that the kid was the greater purpose and that the kid didn't ask to be here, but y'all brought him in here involuntarily against their own will, right? So, one of the reasons that I don't believe it is because we all know that is better, and statistically speaking, is much greater chance of your kid being much more successful, less dependent, less likely to have depression, less likely to go to jail, much more likely to be graduate from college and high school, so on and so forth, if they have two parents in a household. A. B. I can't hear anybody telling me that we need men in the household if we ain't got no man in the household, right? If your kid is living and splitting time between that house and this house, then why should they move any differently than what their parents are showing them? See, I believe that the best way for you to teach a kid is not what you tell them to do, is what it is that they see. I've always said that I'm a reflection of the thing that I would want my daughter to marry. The only thing she sees, because what I say is just a reinforcement of what it is that she witnesses on a daily basis, is me loving, holding, and making sure that our family is on a pedestal 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She sees her father working. Why would a kid go outside and play when all of their parents is working from home and they never leave the house 29 hours out of the day? How can we tell a kid to get off their device if the only thing that they see us doing is on our device 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? How can we discipline them and say, hey, do what I say and not as I do? Because regardless of whether or not you actually say that phrase or not, that's literally what you're communicating with them, because they see you doing something completely different than what it is that we advocating for them to do. I don't understand how our lives is not a reflection of the thing that we supposed to be advocating for our kids to be. I genuinely don't. And that's why I don't believe people, because what people say is supposed to be a reflection of how their lives is truly is, right? And so my question again then comes back to, how do we truly discipline our kids? How do you tell your kid what to do? What do you say to them when they fuck up, right? Excuse my language. When they mess up, what do you do to them? Do you whoop them with a belt?
Do you tell them to stand in the corner? You tell them they can't have a device. You ground them. You tell them what is discipline, right? And after we define what discipline is, why should they listen to you?
Well, the way I do it with mine is whenever they mess up, I talk to them about the mistakes they made, and I help them understand why they shouldn't make the mistake. That way, they have an understanding of why not to do it again, and they're able to digest that self-control. So I no longer need to go over these things again. So like it was an instance where my nephew would he would go down in the refrigerator and raid the refrigerator and eat up all the fucking snacks or whatever. And he thought it was cool. I said, no, that's not cool. You got to make sure you share with everybody else. And I gave him an understanding on what the importance of sharing. Instead of just chastising him, I gave him an understanding of why he shouldn't do it. That way, it's instilled in his mind that, okay, I probably won't do this because this and that. You know what I mean? So
At what age?
He's 16.
Okay. What about when he was younger? What did this?
I didn't have him when he was younger. I just got him when he was. I just got him in September. His mother had some issues.
I feel you.
I took him out of her hands. I was the only sibling that could, do that.
My boys are younger, Anton, and I do what Bruiser does, right? Because they already feel bad enough, like, oh shoot, my mom's about to trash me. But I talk to them and let them know, realize their mistakes. Like they got to do a self-reflection and tell me why, where did they go wrong? Why did they do what they did? And then go forward to say, like, you can't do this. Like, I have high expectations of you. You should have high expectations of yourself when you step outside this house.
How old are your kids?
My boys are 9.
They ever got a whooping before?
Yeah.
With a belt?
Whatever I can pick up, like the old school.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's that island stuff right there.
She means whatever she can pick up, beat your ass with.
That's good old down home American old school. Raise your child. Don't spare the rod of correction. They will not die. Get your ass in here. Put your hands on that motherfucking couch. Take your shirt off and let me put this. That's what.
Nah, bro.
No.
Is that triggering to y'all?
Nah,
like,
listen. I'm gonna be real.
That's where I got hit.
Listen. This is the real for me. When we came up, when we were younger, because the thing about it is that once we reached our teenage years, it was too late. So whatever it is that they instilled in us, because they gave us that fear in which when we were younger, we learned to respect it and we loved them for it because they gave us the discipline. And when we went to school and we seen all these other kids acting out, we didn't do that because our parents didn't have to come up to the school and then correct the teacher, because our parents had set in us very early that, if I got to come up there and talk to the teacher, me and you gonna have a problem because you know better than to move the way that we ain't teaching you. See, we've always believed in our family at a very early age, you don't spare the rod. You don't spare the rod. So y'all got your own perspective and how it is that y'all raise y'all kids. I will never tell nobody how to raise their kids. But I believe in belts. I believe at a very early age to address the issue early and drive it out of them. I also believe in reinforcing it with community. And I also believe that if somebody else in the family that I trust finds you doing something, and they have permission to put that belt on you also. I'm old school. I agree
with that part. Yeah.
I'm old school. I come from a different generation, and I don't mince words, and I'm not wishy-washy. At an early age, you're gonna get this work. And then when you get older, I'm gonna reinforce it with real life conversation and holding you accountable while also being a reflection of the thing that I would want you to be when you grow up.
And I wanted to add something, because excellent point. I wanted to add something after Balance went. I believe in discipline. A lot of credibility has been lost in society, right? And that's one thing, as Anton said, that I believe that I can maintain. That is the entire reason why, if you ever hear that me and my wife divorced, she left me. I'm not leaving her, for the simple fact that the way I discipline my kids and what I want out of life and what I want to teach them, I have to maintain my credibility. The fact that I'm with their mother is my whole substantive bit of credibility to tell my kids whatever the hell I want to tell them and then believe me, right? So one of the things I believe is missing from society today, because if you're a single parent, then okay, so be it. But the one thing I don't see from like single mothers and single fathers, let's say, is when they discipline their kids, they always leave out the part where they messed up. It is actually do as I say, not as I do. But your kid, if you think I'm playing, ask young boys how they feel about their mothers. If you think I'm playing, they will tell you just flat out, they think their mother is a hoe. They don't like that she's promiscuous. You see what I'm saying? I've had little boys as a counselor when I was a day treatment counselor say this to me. The mother had no idea how the boy felt because the mom is just saying stuff, giving them discipline on what to do. She doesn't live that way at all, bringing men all up and through the house. And she don't think this cognitively affects the boys in the way they're going to maintain themselves throughout the entirety of their life as it pertains to women in general. So
I don't know if y'all notice or not, but it's a different impact on the kids, whether or not, I know you said single parent, but it's like a night and day difference on who the kid is actually living with. And when it's the father, the kids are less likely to be in prison. You know, they're less likely to be suicidal. They're less likely to be subject to homelessness and all these other things. So
it's true.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it a man versus woman panel.
No, it has to be.
I know one thing. Not me or anybody in my family has ever seen the inside of a jail cell, and I'm thankful for my parents every day for instilling that very young in me, because it taught me to fear them. And then it taught me to fear what was in the world because I realized why they started instilling that in me early.
You never been scared straight?
Say what?
You never been scared straight?
No, I ain't never had to go to no jail to get scared straight.
Right.
I don't believe in it.
My hood scared me straight.
Bro. Every kid that I've ever seen coming up, when I was coming up, when they didn't get whoopings, every last one of them either was in and out of a jail cell when they got older or they wound up dying. Every last one of them.
Can I ask you, Bruiser, what is it that a man instills in a child opposed to what a woman instills in a child? Can you tell me?
Discipline.
What does a man instill in a child?
Yeah, that would make these higher rates of success for them.
I would say, first of all, masculinity. That's number one. That's probably like the primary thing that a man instills in his son. You know what I'm saying? Being able to be strong, mentally strong, physically strong, all those things. Having ambition, you know what I'm saying? A work ethic. A lot of the times my uncle, whenever he was, taking care of me, whenever he would go out and work, I would go out there with him. It didn't matter if it was 6 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night, he had to go do something. He said, "Hey, come with me. I'm gonna show you how to take this carburetor out." You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Get off the video game. So it's a lot of things that a man teaches. And I think masculinity is, for one, it's like the most important and most primary thing that you can put in a young man. But as far as women, I haven't done any research on it, and I haven't been exposed to any teaching styles from a man teaching a daughter because it wasn't in my proximity. But I would say, based off of what I'm able to understand that's going on out here in the society, is that men would teach women to carry themselves as a lady, and not be so promiscuous and not so susceptible to these bad men out here.
I mean, men.
That might be a question you have to ask somebody that has an actual daughter on the panel.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Go ahead, Lady Di. I want to add to that, though. I want her to go first.
So, like, my dad raised me, before my parents divorced. But the things that he raised me when I was young still sticks with me now. So he's used me being in sports as to help me be disciplined, right? So if you play in basketball or something like that, you have to learn how to follow instruction. You have to learn how to work with a team. You have to learn how to take L's, losing. You have to learn how to, you know, be happy when you win, but don't be cocky with it. You have to learn how to, like my dad, he was strict. So when I was exercising and working out before the game, he wasn't nice. He didn't smile until I shot the basketball, right? The whole time. So showing for a daughter, I'm talking about. He didn't have a son at the time. But for a daughter, you teach them that type of stuff because women are born spoiled. They learn how to get whatever they want because daddy gave it to me. My daddy ain't give me shit. He used to just like, you know what? You're gonna earn this. You got to do this, this, and that's still not good enough. That's how he raised me.
And that's why women today is becoming stronger than men. You seeing women turn masculine and men turn feminine because everybody is scared to actually address the real issue. And then your son turn out to have a dress on, and then your daughter turn out to have some shorts on, and everything is upside down because y'all think y'all white. I'm gonna be real. Y'all think y'all white. Ain't it funny how white people is literally like number 68 on the totem pole as far as being successful in America, as far as the US Census, and black people is like number 70? We literally at the bottom of the totem pole. Asian people, they support the similar culture. Indian people support a similar culture as far as what it is that I'm defining. And they are at the top of the totem pole because their kids understand the purpose. Their kids have an objective. They know that they have to do the thing that their parent told them to do, and they follow out the objective all the way to the T. We have no discipline, and that's why we continue to go out here and do whatever it is that makes us feel good. We turn into a butterfly. We can't even pick a decent curriculum in college, and we overwhelmingly involved and enrolled in liberal arts.
But Anton, you know, look who's teaching us.
Women have become men, and men have become women because we think that we got a better way when in reality we don't. We have no clue on how it is that we're supposed to operate. Everybody just doing whatever it is that they feel like, and it ain't amounting to nothing.
So let me add to what Bruiser said, and it can add to what you just said also, Anton. I did whoop my kids, but I didn't run around whooping them all the time. They got a couple, and that's really all they needed. I didn't discipline my kids. I taught my kids discipline, and it's a difference. See, punishing a kid is for doing something wrong, but you got to teach them discipline so they won't do it again. You set parameters and show them what they did wrong. Like I gave my kids sex talks. I don't remember if once a year, once every 6 months or whatever, as they, depending on the age or whatever, right? And when my kids got a little older, I didn't tell them, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to do this to you if you go do that. No, I told them what the world is going to do to them. I told them what's going on out in the world. I taught them how to discipline themselves instead of threatening to discipline them. No. So it's a big difference. And then going back to what Stephanie asked, a man teaching a child versus a woman teaching a child is like night and day. Because like I said, most of the things that women teach their children as single mothers is subconscious things like fear, being risk avoidant. So it's the subconscious things. She's going to watch, or he's going to watch mom run around being emotional. So she's going to teach him a lot of the negative nuances of a human, not being emotionally unavailable, being dismissive, stay out of my business, a lot of these different things. So a man is more like one in tune with a child because he has a good understanding of compartmentalization. He knows how to deal with work, how to deal with other stuff, and then how to deal with a child. A lot of times with women, all of this is just all in their face. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. What you want? What? Go sit down. Go do this, do that.
But the problem though, Mr. Let Go, is none of it matters because we not even getting married before we carry and stand together in the first place. So we can sit and we can say, well, the way single mothers operate. But if we not marrying them and then having children and then dedicating our lives to making sure that those children are being raised Because once they get out your house, listen, you can go and do what you want to do. You can go get divorced. You can go, I don't care. But you, not you specifically, but people are raising their children to be menaces. And this is why I regularly say most people should not have children.
I agree with you.
Most people do not deserve to have kids because they are raising monsters and they don't even know it.
I think it should be, I don't know, I don't like using the word should, but it would make a lot of sense for it to be a law where certain people can't have kids, or certain people can't have more than one kid, or you can't have kids unless you marry the other person. And if you actually do have kids without being married, there are certain type of penalties or whatever. Because these days, women get income tax money because they have fatherless kids. But if it's the opposite, where if you don't get married, like for every year you don't get married, you owe in taxes. It'll be more men and women trying to figure this out instead of just being happy. Because like I said, women are so incentivized to stay single and to leave marriages where it doesn't really make sense for a lot of women, especially modern women, to get married. You know what I mean? But it's on the dudes too, though. But women are the most likely the custodial parents.
I think a lot of these organizations and
We'll get final thoughts
recognize-
from you. Final thoughts.
I think a lot of these organizations and companies like prison systems and all that stuff, and courtrooms and family courts, I think they actually understand what's going on with single parents and specifically single mother raising kids. And in my opinion, I think they capitalize on it. I think they know that if I think family courts actually understand and well aware of the stats that if a kid is raised in a mother's household, if he's raised in a household where there's only the mother and the father's not there, I think they understand the stats and they understand that these kids are 20 times more likely to be in prison. And if they rule in favor of the mother most of the time, then there's revenue, down the road. And if you want to keep it like that, just keep favoring the mother as far as custody.
Or y'all can
that's what I believe. I think the single mother is the tool,
or
absent father is the opportunity, the child is the monetization strategy.
Or you can put yourself in a position and never have to show up in a courtroom at all. Why would I leave my fate up until a court and try to change the way the judicial system does things from the inside when I can control the narrative from the outside and then put my resources into changing the judicial
Well, what you just said suggests that these people are aware that the courts have a play in this, and the prison does actually have a play in this.
I knew back when I was 7, 8, 9 years old.
You knew, but how many people out here that's having kids know?
We live in an information age. There is no place that you cannot turn. Bro, they literally have court TV on TV. You can't turn left or right without seeing somebody somewhere either suffering as a result of what it is that they did from a family court perspective, or see it on the internet or any. Listen, at this point in 2023, there is no reason that you should not be educated or not have the information that you need in order to make the right decisions going forward. We do not live in a silo.
So if what you're saying is true,
I would say that sometimes your kids probably know more than you when it comes to.
So if what you're saying is true, and women, single mothers that know that kids are 20 times more likely to go to prison if they live under their roof, if they are aware of that, then they're part of the issue then.
Yeah, it's because they don't care.
They're willingly agreeing.
They're a part of y'all issue, because I will never be in a position to where a woman is going to take me to family court, and I'm not going to find myself in that space.
It is the mother's fault. It is the mom's fault, because we're single, we're working 10 jobs. And then I was looking on Instagram one time, and there was this mom. She worked all the time, and she had her son from a young age doing all the work that a man of the household should be doing. He was overwhelmed. He was drinking himself, and there's just no support for these young guys. So they just give up. You know what I'm saying? Then they just go down this rabbit hole of just despair. And other people were like, oh, you should have been there for your mom. And it was just so disheartening that these panelists were siding with the mom's hardships, but disregarding the boy's hardships. And he was taking on responsibilities that he shouldn't even had to have taken on, because the single mothers are putting these young men in these male positions, and that's not right.
Well, see, I look at it differently. I say fuck the mom and that kid, because the kid is gonna pay for the sins of their parents.
So let me ask you this, Roxy.
Fuck that mama and her kid.
Let me ask you this, Roxy. All right, so basically, you saying single mothers are aware. These single mothers, these women, these wives that say, "Hey, look, I'm not happy with this man. Although I got a kid, I'm gonna leave, knowing that I'm putting my kid at risk to be 20 times more likely to be in prison." You're saying that these women are aware of that and still making this decision?
Yeah, they don't look past tomorrow. Like women, I'm not gonna say women, all women or whatever. Women just want to be happy. And that's
I don't think that's true.
That's some like childlike.
We hold women accountable all day, every day.
That's like some childlike way
We
of
hold women
thinking.
accountable all day, every day. The question then becomes, why do y'all keep, not y'all specifically, why do y'all keep skeeting in these holes? Why are y'all busting down
You're
these
supposed
holes?
to skeet in your wife.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, because they have a vice. They like.
Hold on. The overwhelming majority of people that have children are having them out of wedlock. Stop it.
I was gonna say the baby mamas, not the wives.
Stop it.
Another problem right there. But we talking about the baby mamas right there.
Overwhelming majority of people that have children have them out of wedlock. Stop it.
Right. I agree.
So what are y'all skeeting in these holes for? When you know that she can just take you straight.
When you know what she's going to do. I married mine, and I ain't never had no problems out of her. Period.
So it's
to this day, I never had a problem out of her.
Is it okay? Wait, I got a question real quick. Is it so? Since y'all saying it like that, is it the guy's fault that they are not taking care of their kids? Being that they don't want to be with the woman, right? They do all this reckless stuff.
You're not marrying her, so
my point is that it's everybody's fault.
It's joint accountability.
Just because it's everybody's fault that he skeeted in her does not mean that we're going to absolve from holding women accountable for the decisions that they make also. But then again, my question then becomes, if I don't want to get caught up in the judicial system, then I don't commit the crime. I'm not going to go out and rob a store and then complain that I'm getting more time than the white man that's sitting next to me. I'm just not going to rob the store.
And Anton, that's the most annoying thing that I hear from men. They always want to whine about the judicial system. If anybody has an understanding how bad the judicial system is young black men. So it's like you knew about you, because I remember I'm in the hood. I knew criminality type of stuff. Whether you if you go to prison at this age or you'll just go to juvenile at this age. I knew a lot of stuff because I'm out there in the hood. So if I knew about that, I'm not finna be skeeting to no chick and let her screw me over. So these men who whine about getting put on child support, these men who whine about all this other stuff, how judges can do this and do that, you did that. Sometimes
I agree.
It's just robbing the bank. You got to deal with the time that you damn put out.
I agree, Mr. Let Go, but look, it's two things can be true at the same time. We can hold the man accountable for skeeting in a hood rat, right? And the judicial system can be fucked up. But I believe that the only way that you can solve for a problem, because if we just talking to just talk, that's one thing. If we talking to actually solution for the problem, then the way that you deal with a problem is that you starve it out. You can't continue to feed into the system and then complain about the system that's continuing to profit off of it, because there's no incentive for that system to walk away from what it is that where it's getting the majority of its revenue from. And so the way that you deal with a problem is that you have to starve it out.
What's the method that starves it out?
I'm sorry?
What's the method that starves it out? Is it
stop skeeting in holes?
Oh, everybody get quiet.
Okay, I mean, if it is start nutting in holes, okay, but what about the other side of it when we already have the children here? Now they have this thing that has been proven, it's been written that there's a pipeline from 4th grade to prison. So what about that? How do you address that?
Fuck them kids.
Parenting.
No.
That's not right, Anton.
Listen.
Parenting.
Listen.
Not parenting.
Parenting will save you from going to prison. I'm
gonna be very honest with you. You have to deal with them in the same way that God dealt with the children of Israel. All of them people that was freed cannot make it into the land of milk and honey. We got to make sure that all of them, listen, there's a generation of black people that need to just completely live out their life in bliss and die off. They need to live out their life in bliss.
Hold on.
Listen, have a great time, enjoy life, die off.
Let dudes skeet in you and die off.
Aaron.
Listen, the problem is that y'all want to know the truth? The problem is that we'll never get to the point to where we can truly change what black culture is supposed to be, because there's too many people that will still have the remnants and the residue that come along with all of the bad generational curses, and they're continuing to bring it into the new year. They're going to continue to pass it on to their kids, and then to their kids, and then their kids. You can't retroactively fix a problem. The only thing that you can do is give it some comfort. It kind of reminds me of people that got cancer.
Therapy was going to fix it.
No. At some point, you got to understand that some cancer is stage 4 and it's already gone. So the thing that you do is you give them a pillow and you say, be comfortable. You don't continue to treat it. You don't continue to try to give them chemo. You let them go. And so
just give up on your people, Anton.
Yeah.
Who people?
Hey,
hold on.
I can't help but think Kevin just actually sat there and said that he takes the hit, knowing that he's going to get the backlash, but he said it's worth it to try to fight to change it.
Every culture separates themselves from the degenerates within the people that look like them. All white people don't rock with white people. All Asian people don't rock with the degenerates in the Asian culture. We the only people that do that shit.
Wait a minute, are you saying there should be segregation between black people?
I'm not going.
No, that's not what he told.
Whoa. Yes.
Y'all, can I say one thing real quick for the next person? Go, please.
Go
ahead, Ali.
Let's get Ali and Trigger.
There's a law that says that every living thing must abide by the shape it inhabits. Okay. So when we talk about discipline, you break down discipline. The first initial aspect of discipline is training people, their behaviors. So the other part is redirection of a behavior. So if you have two beings on earth, a man is supposed to be taught on what the purpose of his purpose first. That's the first thing when wife school asks that. The part about discipline is purpose. So there's a lot of kids, and whether we in the mental health, whether we mothers and fathers, a lot of kids are not implemented purpose. They don't know what a man is. They don't know what a woman is. Those are primary things. So when you seeing kids be disciplined, it's almost for no reason. And that's why they keep getting disciplined, because they're acting out because they don't know who they are. The part that we could circle everybody in, because everybody made good points, but the point again, what Anton is saying and emphasis on is that everybody's lying, because we put more emphasis on purchasing things. We put more emphasis on cars. We put more emphasis on houses. We put more emphasis on sex. We put more emphasis on pretending to be something we're not than we're put into investing in great quality people. So the first aspect of discipline is training a code of behavior. That's man and woman. The second aspect of discipline is punishment and redirecting, because you're not being disciplined and being purposeful. So if y'all all telling the truth, then you have to re-implement shaming and you have to re-implement punishment. And if you're not going to re-implement shaming and if you're not going to re-implement punishment, then you have to delete people. That's what Anton essentially is saying. So if we're truly disciplined people, we need to stop punishing ourselves and each other and stop pointing fingers. And we have to initially invest in our behaviors of a man and a woman. That's it. That's discipline.
Anton,
hold on, let go. Go ahead, Trigger.
Yeah, so I agree 100% with Ali and Anton. So the interesting thing is that people don't even understand. Like, as Anton said, black people are only people that attach themselves to the degenerates in their society. They don't want to separate themselves from them. That's why we can't grow as a people.
Right.
You're still worried about the people in the hood. Leave them behind. Let them come seek you out if they want to change. That's actually what has to happen in order for our kids to grow up the right way. People get on black people for not wanting to live in the hood. Well, what if you want your kids to go to better schools? What about that? Right? If that's not readily available in the hood, I can't make it happen just with my tax dollars. I got to go pay tax dollars where the schools are good. And another point is that we are at war for families. I need people to understand that this is not something that is easy to say. We are at war for families. In war, there are casualties. Some people going to have to die. And I need people to really get that through their head, that this is not a save people type of situation. This is a let them die off so we can survive. The group that decided to leave and make something better of themselves can survive. We got to cut the cancer out. Right now, people are like, well, we can all make it. This ain't no kumbaya. People are going to have to die. And it's us, the moms, the dads, the people who are going to make the hard decisions that are going to determine who lives and who dies.
Why do we think they're the degenerates? Why we don't see them as the most rebellious people? Why don't we if you had 2 children in your house and you rewarded one for the same thing and punished the other one for the same thing, they're getting rewarded. A lot of people that's in those positions are getting rewarded for what they're doing. So we keep going back to conversations where we go back to the women, we go back to the lower, so-called lower vessel of people who actually in a rebellious state as well too, but being rewarded for living how they're living. Why don't we go and fight the people who are rewarding them? Why can't we just say as a group, as men, we have to address the system that is doing this to us? Why can't we ever come to that instead of like collectively? We acknowledge what our women are going through. We acknowledge what we're going through, but we know we're all being put against each other and we're getting all deviating away from our behaviors, our original behaviors. How can we say the people that grew up in those positions, which is a lot of our families generationally grew up in the hood, grew up in those positions, and we label them as degenerates, trigger automatic. Hold on, family. You got after that. There's a small percentage of people who are doing the things we'll talk about if we say degenerates. I broke down a whole bunch of that data the other day. It's 21 million women that exist. There's 19 million men that exist. There's 6,000 murders that occur every year, which means most Black people don't kill. Let's say that first, okay? So you have to present you have to make people look a certain way in order to divide them. So in order to unite, we have to address what's rewarding those people for being that way, and use those people, because the kids I work with those kids that got kicked out of all them schools ended up being the most loving and strong people I knew. They just rebelled against the system. We are coexisting. We got a lot of monsters on this panel that are really not who they seem to be. And I don't mean like I mean there's a dog. No, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm saying there's Malcolm X's and there's Mandela's on this panel, might not be on this panel, but there's people that are hiding something outside of what you're saying. Most of us were supposed to coexist and go back and save those people like Moses. We were supposed to go get the Jews out of Egypt, not destroy them too.
That's so he got the millions. He go back.
So let me respond to that real quick. So you're saying take over the system and all that. That stuff sounds real great, but we can't do it. I don't know why people are so concerned with the system. All right, because
so how did America become America?
Like I said earlier, what credibility do you have to take over the system? Like I said, if we were so focused, look, Asians, Indians, they're not worried about the system. They created their own system. There is not a major city in America without a Chinatown. Put Chinese police Chinatown.
Right. You realize the title. The first thing they are,
our own power to do that.
The first thing they are asked in the beginning of this is, don't teach your kids weakness. And you didn't even think for 1 second and said, we can't do that. When all these civilizations conquered another civilization to be in the position they're in. America used to be British people. Why are we so fast to go, we can't do it? That's why our ancestors said, keep hope alive. Like those are sitting there saying, no, I'm asking you, Trigger. You didn't even think. You just quickly went,
no, hey, but I just told you, but I did say the people the people that desire better outcomes, section yourself off. We cannot take people that are going to kill the society we're trying to build with us. You're still trying to save society. I ain't trying to save it.
Nobody said. First, no one said. First of all, let's be this. When you talk about propaganda and leverage, the man that rules, he connects with the people that love him, and then he pimp everybody else. You don't leave those people. You pimp them as well. You either pimp them to do evil, you pimp them to do good. That's what an intelligent person does. So if you don't want to rule people and you want to lead people, you got to pimp them in the right direction. So we leave those people while the people in power use those people. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not good. I have no idea.
We really need our own systems. And what's unfortunate, like when you look back historically, when great men have taken a stand to make us all strong and all come together, they were gunned down. They were assassinated because it's just so much power within the Black community that they just want to suppress it, because we came over as, they say, slaves, but we were doctors. We made universities. We had the first paper. We had so many things, and they just want to dumb it down. So I just don't know why we just can't come together when we did come from the mud and being beat together on a boat together. Why can't we just go together.
That's not true. But before anybody ever gunned you down, or before anybody killed any ancestor, the people that looked like you and the people that were supposed to be in your corner hated you and killed your reputation first. The only way that they're able to infiltrate and to be able to kill you and gun you down is by first killing your reputation. Even if they kill you and you become a martyr, in a lot of instances, you become a lot greater and have a much bigger impact than if they were to leave you alive and let you fumble, right? The first thing that they ever did, and even if you go back to any of the people that a lot of people don't even agree with today, right? They still killing Martin Luther King's legacy right now, right? Right now.
And we letting them.
And you know the interesting thing is about that. If you go back and you study history, most black people didn't even like Martin Luther King. Most black people hated Martin Luther King. Most black people hate the very thing that is best for them in every single instance, in every single part of society, and in every single era. The one that is the biggest advocate for you is the one that you hate first. Yep. They don't even have to do anything to you. It ain't them that's killing you. It's you that's killing you.
And that is the thing that we don't understand.
We kill us first before anybody can ever do, say, or touch anything about us.
What's that? Aaron, damage neuroperception?
I got an understanding on why, from my understanding, from who I talk to and what I've researched on why a lot of black people don't like MLK. It's what I was able to understand is a lot of black people didn't want to be integrated. They wanted to be, they felt like they were doing better segregated.
That's not true. Most black people,
I didn't say it was true or not. I said that's the understanding I got from it.
Integration and reality. Listen, anybody can look back in hindsight and say, "Oh, this was bad." Fuck no. The reality is that overwhelming majority of black people, and if you study history, overwhelming majority of black people, integration was a choice. Integration was the option to be able to do what you wanted to do. It was to prevent you from not having to only go to this one thing, to give you the option to be able to do what you. It was freedom.
Yeah.
That's all integration was the freedom to choose. What you see black people saying today, the people that argue against it, what they saying today is basically saying, listen, I wanted you to tell me what it is that I could do so you can guarantee my success. Bitch, you got more freedom today to do anything you want to do, and you still don't even go to a library. Every single library, the ones that you didn't have access to, they open and they empty. Empty. You have the option to be able to do anything you want to do right now. You can literally go to school for free. For free. You go to college and you fuck off the tuition money, and then you blame the system and say it's systematic oppression. Integration did nothing except for give you the option to be able to do even more.
What state are you in where college is free?
College is free everywhere.
If you are below a certain level and you start off at community college, and you start off at community, that's because they give you the option to be able to take it. You don't have to take it. If you are below a certain threshold and you go to community college, you can literally go to school for the first 2 years and get your associate's degree free. And then you can really finesse the system, because the way that I did it, I went to community college for my first 2 years, basically practically free, because the credit hours was so little. And then I went and got a job, and people say, well, Anton, why did you go and get a job at the University of Michigan when you graduated school? Well, because the University of Michigan not only double matched my 401k, well, actually it was a 403b. They had the best benefits for my family. I already had a business to where I didn't have to use the money from my salary in order to substantiate myself. So then I let the university pay for my education when I went over into a major university. They literally paid for me to go to school after I graduated from community college, because they was incentivized, and the university actually had a program that allowed me to do so. Now, when I give that level of game out, and I give it to the Patreon members, and I give it to the people that I coach, and I say, listen, you can literally go through all 4 years for free, come out with 0 student loans in debt, go into a STEM field, make all of the money, be able to keep all of it in, then continue to substantiate yourself by building up your 401k, by going to a public university or going into a government, right?
Because what if I just want to go into business?
But people don't want to hear that.
What if I just want to go into business?
Listen, you have the option to do what you want to do. I don't want to hear any excuses from anybody as to why they can't do the thing that they're supposed to do.
So are you saying that there was there economic integration? Was there economic integration?
Yes, there is.
Educational integration.
So Bruiser, here's the thing.
Housing integration?
So everything Anton just said, he was saying in a integration.
Talking about the Department of Education.
Hold on. Not only can you do exactly what Anton said, go to those same places, the library, your city hall, and ask what programs that are there specifically for Black people, and they will throw a whole book on the damn table.
I'm not denying that,
and they still don't do that.
My question is it safe to say that integration only went to certain parts of the way of life or survival? As far as there was no housing integration, there was school integration, but there was no economic integration.
I literally
what is housing integration?
Think about this for a second, Bruiser.
Go try to sell your house with your pictures of your face on the wall.
I literally gave you word for word.
See your appraisal value. Go ahead, Anton. My bad. I was answering.
I literally just gave you word for word the blueprint of how you can get a free education and get a STEM field degree.
I don't disagree with that. I was talking about people who want to just go into business. Because
that's
everybody's
their
not going to
choice.
college, are they?
Here's the beautiful thing about it. Even
school.
if you go into business, that is your decision. Be willing to fail or succeed based off of your own merit. Nobody owes you anything.
So the
Bruce, what are you talking about, bro?
If you want to go into business as a Black person, do you know that there are grants specifically for you to do that?
Say that. They have it for like people who don't have as much money or abandoned. They have programs for people to just do trade.
Exactly.
How it started, really. Like
I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to argue. All I'm asking is someone convince me that a Black person can graduate high school and go get a $20,000 business loan before he get a $20,000 school loan.
But you don't need a business loan. And I would also say that is a bad idea because you still don't know how to run a business. Just because you're getting a loan don't mean you're going to be successful.
Right. That still don't answer my question.
Listen, you don't need a loan. We are being taught wrong. You're supposed to reverse engineer what success looks like. This is not it. I literally just gave people the blueprint. Listen, if you don't make no money and you poor, right? You have a better chance at being successful when it comes to college, as far as funding your college and a better chance of coming out without any student loans than somebody who's solidly middle class and parents don't qualify in order for you to be able to get a Pell Grant.
So let me ask you this, Anton. If you sold the house you live in right now today, you sold the house you live in today with your pictures on the wall, do you think if you put pictures of a white person on the wall that you'll get a higher appraisal rate?
What does that have to do with the price of potatoes in China?
I know what he's talking about.
Never mind.
Bruiser.
Potatoes. Bruiser. You know what the beautiful thing about it is, though? I don't have to sell my house. As a matter of fact, I'm never selling a property that I own because it's going to pay me forever and it's going to pay my children. So I don't look at the problems that of what other people have or what it is that they say is not fair as a problem. I re-engineer what my life looks like to make sure that it works in my benefit. I don't need any handouts. I don't care about if anybody don't agree with the appraisal price or anything like that. I'm going to make the adjustment and always come out on top. I don't give a fuck about what everybody else is doing.
Bruiser, let me ask you a question. It's just one simple question. I want you to answer it.
It's the last question, everybody.
What is the number one thing that I teach my people? The one thing.
Oh, you in this class, Bruiser?
What is the number one thing, Bruiser?
What is the number one thing you teach us?
Yeah. I'm waiting.
How not to get shot when you get arrested by the police.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead. It's to work.
There you go. You took words right out of my mouth.
None of this mess you talking about has anything to do with nothing. You work. That's it. You get up every day.
None of the questions I was asking was reasonable. Is that what you're saying?
They weren't. No. Okay. You're saying like, well, what if this? What if that? You just figure it out. That's it.
No. He said he stated
that
Black people were mad about Martin Luther King, and I said, from my research and understanding, these are the things that I found reason why they were mad at integration. That's all I was stating.
Y'all all made valid points. There's no way you can deny the valid points that's been made. You can't deny that. Even during time of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Fred Hampton and killing off the Black Panthers, there was policies passed by the United States government called COINTELPRO to make sure a Black Messiah never rise. We got to keep it real about that. But then you got to acknowledge this too. I believe Anton's need to be successful also sometimes he doesn't look for excuses. Is there obstacles in front of us? I believe there are obstacles in front of us, but as in operating as men together, I think collectively he's saying we have to stop making excuses and overcome them excuses. But I'm not gonna ignore there are obstacles in front of us. We can't pretend there's not obstacles. The majority of people that's rich and the majority of people that's in poverty are white. Majority of people that's on welfare are white. So most of us are living check to check, regardless of what we're talking about. There's two parts. We can look at the two parts. Are we truly? Do we need to have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of assets, cars or houses to be successful, or do we need to just sustain a normalcy of what it is to take care of a family? And that's what you want to do. Do you want to have a great lineage, or do you want to raise a family? It depends on how you're looking at it. But we know that in this country there are things that we're going through that separates us from different people as well, and how dispositions have occurred for all people. But we do know when when Fred Hampton got killed, the thing he did was unite the KKK, the Hispanics, white people, and black people together. He had to go. Anybody who tries to unify all races of people, those people have to go. And if they become too influential, they got to make them go. There's a lot of people we've seen recently where things have happened that seem very coincidental that's gone and just taking it from in front of us that they get too much power because they can spark one of us to do something that does possibly transcend us to another place. So
is it Kevin Samuels one of them?
I think he's one of them.
We just got to stop making excuses and just get out here and work. And that's all we really got to do, man. We got to stop making excuses. There's no excuse in my way in anything I want to do, period. Yeah. We just got to get out here and work. And we got to believe in whatever it is that we actually want that can happen. I think that's a part of it. We don't believe in the shit that we say. And we act like we don't believe in the shit we say because of all the excuses that come out of our mouths. We come up with more excuses than damn solutions. And this shit is crazy. We're literally up here talking about solutions. And then half of the conversation is, well, what about this? What about that? Who gives a damn?
I guess we have to learn how to
I better move on, y'all. We got to move on. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and get through these super chats. Billy Gold Gruff became a member. Salute to you, sir. KJ199 says, I agree. Christopher J499 says, for the slow people in the chat, physical discipline and abuse, violence are not the same, especially when verbal communication is involved. TO31, $5. I'm with Anton. I'm old school. That belt and paddle works. Trucker Yell, $5 also member says, a Raven kids, straight old school. I highly agree. Anton and Trigger Mike just had this conversation about my mother on Fight Club, so salute to you. King Rock 499 says, Anton, are you still able to have profound and inspiring conversations with your father despite your level of success mentally and business-wise?
My father passed away in 2017, but we was literally best friends all the way up until that time. So
King Rock 499 says, also peace and love to the entire panel. Sir Shot 87 $2 says, Anton makes a good point on wedlock. Timeout $5. Anton said Purge 2.0. B1G Saint 2K199 says, Anton is Thanos. Univercole 1212-499 says, I knew Anton was low key for black empowerment. My guy is on cold, acting like he don't know what that means. Marcus Evans $5 says, talk to him, Trigger Mike. Peaches $2 says, Ali, I taught you well. You making it. Marcus Evans,
what's going on there, Ali?
Man, I don't know Peaches. Here we go, Trigger. I know you ain't talking. Oh no, you ain't talking.
I'm trying to say he don't know Peaches.
We all know a Peaches.
I like Peaches. I like Peaches. I don't know Peaches like that.
We all know a Peaches.
Frankie Baltimore 99 says, my late grandparents from my mom's side said we blacks did not like or support him that much. In my ignorance, I refuse to accept it, but it's foolish to disbelieve one that actually lived through that.
Everybody knows the Peaches.
Shout out to the Smile Doc is in the building with the 50 ball. Listen, anybody that donate 50 or more, preferably 100, we appreciate you. And I'm especially read out your super chat. Says MLK was the modern day equivalent to Black Lives Matter. A socialist movement pushed Marxist ideologies
Do not ever depend or look to the government for solutions. The government can't save you. Love the show, y'all. Shout out to hashtag the Smile Doctors in the building with the 50 ball. We appreciate you, big dog.
That part.
Appreciate you, sir. Christopher J. 499 says there are billions of unused scholarship money are currently available right now. To Anton's point, you can literally go to college for free. 499 says college was free before blacks fought for equality. White people didn't pay for college prior to the civil rights movement. Darren Walker, $5 says life begins for each human at random. However, winning and losing looks the same no matter the start. Lastly, Frankie, Baltimore 99 says rich folks have zero time for race talking points. Get to work, get certified in something that is valuable, make money, network, make more money. You're not a messiah.
And just to add to that, influence. Money is influence, by the way.
Shout out to Dub Will. He said, yo, I'm just going to donate and throw the 50 ball up just because, yo, we got some ballers up in here tonight. Shout out to all of the people that's just got baller money. Choosing not to go and spend it on them chicks for the streets like Bandman Kebo and deciding to support the platform. We love you. We appreciate you. Shout out to Dub Will in the building.
Appreciate everybody. Hit that like button, man. I'm hearing the likes are down. So if you haven't already, take this opportunity right now to hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel while you at it. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. Make sure you guys click that link. Something else came through. Big at 11, $10 says Pico to the panel. I guess it meant peace to the panel. But why is Let Go dressed like a Smurf?
I'm under the weather from being on tour, so
I thought it was changing tires in the rain.
Mr. Lego said, listen, I'm out here catching a bag. I don't know what you talking about, bro.
Changing tires in the rain, wasn't you?
Mr. Let Go is a bag chaser, so I ain't got no smoke for Mr. Let Go. He gonna go get his bag. Yo, Mr. Let Go can't wear no color. If he wear red, y'all gonna say he Rudolph the reindeer. If he wear blue, you gonna say he a Crip. What y'all want from him? Jesus.
Yeah, I'm just recovering though. I'm recovering. I'm just, it's a little hard out there.
Let Go got on that Tommy, how you figure? All right, let's go ahead and move on, y'all. To the next topic, which is, does your significant other come with you everywhere you go?
Friend, I just want to ask you a question.
What's tea?
Okay, so my homegirl, whatever, she always wants to come out, but she always has to bring her partner. It's like, why does he always have to be with you? Why can't you go anywhere by yourself? Why is it always like glue? Where's your
I don't like that.
You know what I'm saying? And they share each other's passcode. And go through the phones, like, why are you together? Where is the trust?
Go home, Roger.
Exactly.
That's what it's giving.
Right.
Just because you're in a relationship with somebody does not mean that you got to bring them like they're your lab dog everywhere you go.
Right.
No, tonight is a girls' night. You need to stay home. Go with the boys. Go have a beer. And if you don't trust me to go out and you want to be with me at all times and make sure I'm quote unquote not cheating, we don't need to be in a relationship because the number one
to me.
Hello, because the number one thing in a relationship is trust. And if you don't have that, why are you even in a relationship?
For what?
All right, does your significant other come with you everywhere you go?
Where everybody laughing at?
Was that a
two women? Everybody laughing at?
Was that it was the Go Home Roger for me. That's
like I was watching the Marvel comic movie. You know how Marvel comic movie
I know.
always gotta give you a spoon.
No, it's because he was gay.
Yeah, that's for the man. The women like that. So the man.
You wonder why they calling you Thanos? Just, okay.
Cause I don't know why we just call it what it is. Right. It was because he gay.
Can you say that on social media?
Well,
gay is not a derogatory. It's not a derogatory term.
He was animated. I'm gonna say he was animated. I loved how much he was animated.
That's why I'm answering the question. Y'all support that more than actual men. We know.
He was gay.
Not over here.
He was animated.
Don't the women like? Don't y'all like ride for that?
That's like us supporting a little bit of masculine women. Y'all, the fact that y'all can support any aspect of that is like us supporting masculine women.
Oh, we can't laugh anymore?
As a whole. No. I didn't say that. I said, and I'm not Precious. You know, I'm not directing it straight at you. I'm saying as a whole, you don't recognize that women support and transformers more than actual men. If an actual man,
I understand that. A lot of women will say that they
want the other one was a transformer.
That's not.
I said they support.
The problem with that argument from the very beginning was that he was speaking from the perspective like he wanted a women.
Right.
Yeah. He's talking to her like he wanted a women. In reality,
he shouldn't be there either.
Y'all ladies better stop, because you know if you was in that chair, you'd be talking to that dude the same way, like he'll. Girl.
Let's go get to the topic. Does your significant other come with you everywhere you go? How you guys feel about that?
I mean,
I'm cool with it.
Everywhere you go. I mean, why should they be everywhere you go?
Well,
I mean, I feel like that's extreme.
It depends.
You shouldn't have a problem spending time with your significant other and being around them. But I guess you have to have a understanding. Some people like their space. Some people want to be up under their partner 24/7. Some people like that balance. Like I want to be around you now, and I want to have my space now. Like, you know what I mean? But I feel like everywhere you go is extreme. That's extreme.
So in context to what they were saying, go with some females or whatever, like that's kind of crazy. You know, like if my lady wanted to go and hang out with her homegirls, I'm not going, you know? So in certain environments, I'm never going to be in. So from that context that they're talking about, yeah, like why in the world would a dude want to just hang around a whole bunch of chicks, or in that situation, chicks and
Was that a trick question?
No, I'm just saying if I got a lady and
I know what
my
you're saying.
lady wants to go,
I'm just messing around, bro.
yeah, if I got a lady and she wants to go hang out with her friends, I'm not going to be like, can I go? Now, if she wants to go out and say, hey, let's all go out and do some stuff, and I'm kind of like, you know, invited, yeah, I go. But no, a woman, a man, we all need our space to be around our own people, our own friends. Yeah, we can't just be having our lady or dude just around every single time we show up. That's
I'm gonna be honest with
You
you.
have the same friends though.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
And y'all sharing the same space with everybody.
If you're sharing friends, that's different. That's a different scenario.
Like your friends is his friends is your friends. Like respectfully, I'm saying, not like you gotta always be with them.
But if it's a whole bunch of girlfriends and you're the only dude,
yeah,
that's different.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, even though she don't necessarily, and really she just don't be around, she don't come to certain places that I go to, just a matter of convenience. But there is nothing that I do or nobody that I hang out with that she can't show up and she can't come with me. We just jumped off the plane. I'm here in Miami for business right now. She with me. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel comfortable having my chick around me in every scenario and every situation. I like having my chick around me.
But y'all be separated also though.
Yeah, but it's only based off of convenience. It's not based off of. Listen, the friends that I have, I'll give you another example. The friends that I have and the people that I rock with, I don't rock out with people that I can't bring my chick around. I don't hang out with a bunch of dudes. That's just not my move. Like I'd rather hang out with some chicks. I'd rather keep women around me on a regular basis. And my chick is more than welcome to come around and kick it with the other chicks. Sometimes I'll be in the studio, in the creative studio, and I'll have a bunch of women down there or whatever. And sometimes Rita be down there kicking it and hanging out with the girls. And then other times it just be me and a couple dudes and then a bunch of girls there. But either way, I'm comfortable enough for her to be able to come through in every single situation. I love my chick traveling with me. I love her coming with me.
What if you hanging around a bunch of dudes that look better than you? You gonna bring your chick around?
What does that got to do with it?
What the fuck? You know, Bruiser like to say this type of stuff, but in reality, in every room I'm in, I'm top dog, including the one that you would be in. I'm richer. I got a bigger dick. The whole 9 yards, bro.
All right. Whoa. How do we know? Never mind.
Because I got a huge fucking dick. I'm in the top 1% for the.
God, he said it again. Oh, okay.
I got a huge dick. It is what it is.
All right. So I'm a bit different from Anton, where I'm the same and I'm different. So like he said, there's not really anything I'm doing as a married man where I can't really take my wife. So that's first off. I definitely understand, like Mr. Let Go said, in the context of what we're talking about. No, I'm not going. If she's like, hey, babe, you want to come out with me and my sisters or blah, blah, blah. I actually genuinely don't like being around women like that all the time. I don't find them funny. I don't feel like I can kick back, relax, and talk about things like y'all conversations are weird as hell. If I want to have
trigger Mike. But let's go back to what Bruiser said, because when you in the room with me and I got on my gray jogging pants, what you gonna do?
Yo, get out of here. Back to what I was saying.
No. Hold on.
Hell no, I ain't doing it.
He brought this up. Bro. When you in the room with me and I got on my gray jogging pants, what you gonna do? When all the girls come in and I got on gray jogging pants, what they gonna do?
Pause.
They see that third fucking leg. What you gonna do?
I yield my time back to y'all.
I'm talking to you, Bruiser.
Oh, I don't gotta put gray jogging pants on.
Are you gonna be intimidated when the women that you with see that fucking third leg in my gray jogging pants?
I don't gotta put jogging pants on. I could just be.
Just answer the question. Are you gonna tell me, Anton, put that third leg up? Because I'm so tired of you,
bro. Chill, bro.
Somebody else answer the question. At you.
Somebody answer the question, yo,
bruh.
So I'll answer because I agree with Anton. Like, it's not about someone being needy, because I think that's what people would put it to. Like, you're with your partner, spouse, whatever, every day, all day. But in the video, they were talking about like with, going with your girlfriends to get your nails done or something like that. I mean, your man don't need to come unless he's getting a pedicure or whatever. But in all, I'm saying that, yes, it's okay to be with your partner every day, all day. There's nothing wrong with that. It's about just, you guys are connected. You guys trust each other. You guys don't annoy each other. Some people don't want to be around each other because y'all just annoyed as fuck with them. Like, you can't do this and he can't do that, and you're already pissed off, moody as hell. So of course you ain't gonna want to be with that person if that person pissing you off every 5 minutes, and then you're gonna let that person know that you're pissed off by popping an attitude or whatever, and somebody's walking out the door. So if you're gonna have a relationship, then the hell nah, y'all shouldn't be together all day. But y'all need to work on that, because if you can't be together all day, every day, and I'm talking about excluding work, if you can't do that, then that's bad. You should want to be around your person every day.
So, lady, if you hang around some bad bitches, you gonna let your husband come around, hang out, and drink tea with you?
They not better than me.
Ass all out.
It's not gonna matter.
But you'll let him come around and hang out
when I'm around.
What kind of quality of people do y'all hang around where their asses out?
No. First of all, to the ass out, ain't nobody gonna be around my man with the ass out. They could get the fuck out of my house.
But I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is, if the quality of people that somebody is around is not adequate enough for you to bring your spouse around it, then in my mind, you shouldn't be hanging around them in the first place. Because character matters. So I'm never gonna be found hanging out with some trash people. And if I do, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If I do know them, it's just on some high and by. Like, right. even no matter where I go, whether it be to a show, you know what I'm saying? I know Mr. Let Go is touring and stuff like that. My chick be with me. And we up out of there. We there on some business and we getting up out of there. And then when we get to the crib, we usually have marriage parties. And it'd be dope. It'd be a vibe. Everybody be talking because they're more closely aligned with where my life is at that time. I don't hang out with just raggedy people.
It ain't gotta be just people like the Anton. Just tell me this. You consider yourself as a public figure. You go out, you probably hear it probably be girls like, oh, that's Anton Daniels from Million More. You don't think women probably you gonna say Rita ain't gonna do it because she just the perfect wife, right? That's cool.
She don't.
But you don't think women is gonna be like, I don't know if I could take all these girls coming up to you trying to holler at you and all this. You don't think that go through their minds?
I don't care about what nobody think except for my wife.
So
that's an insecure woman.
Yeah, like for example, the reason why
Rita, hold on, wait. I'm around women all the time. Mm-hmm. Rita ain't tripping. Listen, you think Rita is the only girl in this house right now?
Did you just tell us
do you think that Rita is the only person in this Airbnb right now?
Yes.
Bro.
She not.
Got money, bro.
No. No. Let's be clear. She's not. And it ain't no other guys here. And Rita's not the only girl. Rita ain't intimidated by nothing and nobody. We do what we do. And I move how I move. And she's on code and she's on point and she ain't worried about that.
The reason why though, right? So I'm gonna just speak from my perspective. When I said that ain't nobody better than me and we in the same space, is because they don't have the same qualities as me. I bring a lot to my husband. So someone has to match that for me to feel like I'm so-called intimidated. So you around people, it don't matter if they prettier or whatever. People are gonna be prettier or more handsome. We already know that. Who cares about that? Y'all need to be looking at better things than that part of it. So if you have people around you that you're not comfortable with having around your partner, your spouse, then that means either that person is no good or you're just insecure. So fix that, figure it out, and move on.
And it's how
I would like
you
to
and
go.
your lady operate in unison. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like I seen Lady
I was just
Di and
getting
her
ready to say that.
husband. I seen Lady Di and her husband operate. They walked in the room like they were like royalty or some shit. You feel me? And I could just see how they operate versus how everybody else in the crowd was operating. You know what I'm saying? I was easily able to tell where they were because of how they operated. When a man and a woman operate in unison, you can feel the energy. You know that those two people are a couple. You can't mess with them in no kind of way. She wasn't intimidated by all those women at all. So yeah, when you and your woman, you and your wife are operating like that, no other woman can get in the way of that. But a man, to a certain degree, has to like give that foundation and make her feel safe to that point where she can operate like that.
I agree. I believe that I never see Anton move with his wife, like in a personal sense. But from what I see, is like they, like you said, Aaron, that they're a unit. And there's times where he's going to elevate her and she's going to elevate him. So it's not the point of that they're competing for attention or everything. They're going to elevate each other because they have to maintain this thing that they set for themselves as a family unit. And they're going to just continue that. Like he said, he's going to make sure his daughter sees it so she knows how to be treated when she enters into a relationship. So it's just a model that they're portraying that they want to see as a successful. He was mentioning, one time mentioning Marion successful. So everything into how he moves, into how he presents his wife and how she moves with him, it's all a perfect reflection of success that he wants.
Not saying that it's got anything to do with me, but at what age or what point in your relationship do y'all just conquer jealousy? Because I know, ironically, every time we have a panel, everybody is always part of the exception. For some reason, JR does it real good with configuring a roster where nobody has the problems of topics we talk about.
Well, no. So here's the real question: do you have a level of jealousy?
No, I don't. I'm just asking for an educational purpose of people listening.
So you don't have any level of jealousy. Your girl don't have no level of jealousy of you being in a room with a bunch of other women, right?
Right.
So I don't understand what the problem is. You just can't relate.
Well, I'm saying, as far as the topic's sake, as far as people listening, what point, like what measures do you go through as a couple?
Okay, wait. Okay, here's okay. Let me ask you this then, Bruiser. Would you deal with a woman that was overly jealous with you not being able to move the way you move?
No.
That's your answer. Why be in a position to where you have to be questioned on a regular basis? I'd rather not be with that person and find somebody that more closely aligns with what my lifestyle is.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add on that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Go ahead.
so. It's not really so much getting over jealousy. Like I feel like a lot of people do that, where they'll hold something against someone because they haven't dismissed that behavior. What really happens, I think, in reality is that you just grow more mature. Like a jealous person is a jealous person. You see what I'm saying? So as I grow as a husband, as my wife grows as a wife, you just start to become more mature and learn how to deal with your jealousy or deal with whatever that behavior is, rather than it being eradicated altogether. Like that's really how it works. If she sees something that makes her insecure at no fault of my own, that's not really my problem. She got to learn to get over that, because I'm doing that same thing. Yeah.
So what do you say to the people that's out here pushing this narrative that you need to make sure your wife know that you can still get bitches, or you need to keep your wife on the. You'll never hear that.
Those are those fake ass YouTube coaches, bro. They just pushing toxic shit, bro.
And Bruiser, it's not about make your wife do something. All of this is called insecurity. It's inside of her. And if a man is dealing with an insecure woman, that's within her. And it's up to that man to get rid of that woman and choose a woman that isn't insecure, because she is going to drive him nuts or cause him to fall off of whatever he's doing. Like for me, I'm surrounded by women, whether it's on social media or just, doing events or whatever. I can't deal with a woman that's insecure. And that right there would literally ruin who I am, because I care about the woman that I'm with. So when I start caring about a woman and she starts having problems with my life that I've built for myself, now I can't build successfully that life for us if she does not want it, because she's intimidated or insecure about the actual life that I'm trying to build. So you got to get rid of that woman, because she can actually destroy you as a man. So at the end of the day, it's always her and you. What's inside of her and what's inside of you has to be the same thing. And if it's not, she has to go.
And the fact is, to add to that, the fact is, if you have a woman that is insecure, wherever you go, she gonna be mad. You go to the grocery store, she gonna be mad. You go pump your damn gas, she gonna be pissed, because there's gonna be beautiful women everywhere. It's not in a specific spot. Just because, let's say Mr. Lego is at an event and there's a lot of pretty women there, or Anton's in his business, event too, you could just be anywhere and see these pretty women. They're everywhere. So she has to learn that when you step out the house, regardless. So if she don't have that discipline, then he's saying get rid of her. One, because it's hard to revert those insecurities. You got to go through so much to figure out, first of all, why is she insecure? That would take a whole lifetime. Then to make sure that she's confident. I mean, confident really comes within. It's a lot to do that. So if you have the energy, hey. If not, then Mr. Lego.
I think that it is still a level of I think that as a guy, you still should train up your girl appropriately, because it's a lot of guys that just be out here lying. That's one of the biggest problems, is that most people are in a relationship when they shouldn't be in a relationship. I don't understand why people get into relationships with false expectations, because let's be honest, there are a subset of people out here that aren't insecure for any reason. Now, the demographic that I'm speaking to is the demographic of people that just move based off of their purpose, and they're not out here finessing, they're not out here lying, they living based off of what it is that you see, how whatever it is that they communicating with the person that they with, right? But there is a subset of people out here, right? I mean, take the great city of Atlanta, for example. There's a reason why the CDC is reporting that the venereal diseases is like that of is worse than a third world country there, because it's a lot of people living an alternative lifestyle behind the scenes, which would then cause for somebody to be insecure. And so I think that a lot of people is just not being openly and honest with whoever it is, at first with themselves and then with the person that they get with. And then that would eliminate the insecurity, because then you would align yourself with somebody that's actually rocking with your lifestyle. You will be surprised at the amount of people that actually probably more closely rock out with what it is that you say. But then you start selling these pipe dreams and selling these wolf tickets of a false narrative, and they create an expectation. And then you want to come back and say, well, she insecure. Nah, you out here doing fuck shit behind the scenes, and you didn't tell her that up front. And so as a result, that's why she like that. She not just like that for no reason. Don't nobody just wake up insecure. Like, usually what happens is people sell one thing and then they move a completely different way instead of being consistent the entire way. Or if they start to evolve and change, to be able to have that conversation and be upfront and real with it. And most people is just, they too scary to do that. And so they'll just do something on the side, which I believe that it just takes too much work to live like that. I don't believe in that. I just want to be living in bliss, have my life, have a good time. And I ain't trying to be dealing with all of that nonsense. So just be real. Like, just be real with who you are. And if she ain't rocking with you, it's like 4 billion other women that's on the face of the earth. You ain't got to be tied to just that person. There's somebody out there for you.
I want to get Balance and Precious in there. Go ahead.
To answer the question, I think it depends. like on the why, because they're saying everywhere you go, like why? If they want to, sure, why not? This is a question where it's like whatever works for you. Now, if you're doing it because you're insecure, that's different and that should be worked out. But if you're doing it because you enjoy each other's company, there's nothing wrong with that. And I wouldn't let two men on a panel tell me any other. I can't even talk about the two men because I don't even want to go there. That's a whole separate conversation. But but anyway, like why are they giving relationship advice? Forget it. Okay, so what I will say is I'll give a personal example, especially about Atlanta, because I think I told you guys
What are you
about
talking about, Balance?
I'm talking about the clip that was played. The two men talking about a heterosexual relationship. I don't, for the life of me.
Oh, you talking about the clip? My bad.
Yes.
Yeah, the clip. I
The
walked
clip,
away
Aaron.
when y'all
The
played
clip.
that clip.
Email.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, and that's not my cup of tea. People. Anyway, I don't want to see Anton. I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, back to the question. So I'll give a personal example. While being in Atlanta, I told you guys about this guy that I tried to date initially a long time ago who was very insecure. And I was like, I can't deal with it because he's asking all these questions. I got to prove where I am and send locations. I don't have time for that. Like, I'm not a liar. I don't need anybody treating me like a liar. I don't want to deal with it. But then my man that I have now, complete opposite, very secure in who he is. I love it. It's none of that drama. We go out in Atlanta in one of the gyms in Atlanta, LA Fitness, and there was this girl. A lot of them have the BBLs, you guys know. So she was like strutting around the gym, and then she like kept walking past him, and then she even bent over at a point in front of him so he could look at her, and he continuously ignored her and looked at me and like just he was laughing, like he's like, you see what I gotta deal with, and it was funny. Like there was no insecurity there because he doesn't. He makes me feel easily secure. I'm secure within myself, but then also he doesn't give me any reason to be insecure. So it's double fold. So it's like we can't make our partners feel insecure, but you also can't have that within you. Like you have to be you have to have knowledge of self, you have to have self-love, self-confidence, like work on yourself, work on your self-esteem. So that goes for men and women because a lot of men out here be insecure too. So I know, Aaron, you were talking about the women, but there's a lot of insecure men out here as well. So that's it. That's how I feel about it. Do what works for your relationship and don't listen to homosexual men telling heterosexual people how to have a relationship. Cut it out. I'm done.
And go ahead, Precious.
Well, I was the first to go, but I agree with Balance. You know, you have to be. I don't think anyone should get with anyone else who's not confident in themselves. Like you have to be confident. That has to be the base of your relationship. Because if you do happen to go, you know, let's just say you do happen to go on a business trip without your significant other, you know, do you have a significant other that's going to be wondering, like, where are they? Who are they talking to? Who are they texting? Who are, you know, you that has to be you have to have an understanding between you and your partner or your significant other, your spouse, whatever you want to call it, that you're confident enough that they handling business. Whatever's going on is whatever's going on, but they handling business. You know, so there has to be a level of confidence in the man and the woman. So even when you are together, y'all make a statement. You don't even have to talk when you walk in the room because people can feel it.
Facts, Precious. And Aaron is Mr. Let Go. Aaron, aka Mr. Let Go. I said it.
I go ahead, Ali.
I mean, I think everybody made great points as usual. Some points was all right, but I think like and some points were suspect. But if a relationship is going to develop, obviously there should be an agreement on what that relationship looks like. And if people are that confident in each other, they trust each other, you shouldn't be in a relationship where you have to worry about who you're spending time with and worry about if they're doing something else. I do think there can be unhealthy times where you're spending too much with each other if you're neglecting things you're supposed to do at a house, your job, kids, friendships, that you spend so much time with each other, you neglect your family, you distant from your family, you're not talking to anybody. or even personal things. Like if we have different careers, and as soon as you leave the house, the person's already texting and calling you, and you can't even, focus on the things you need to do, develop as a person continuously, and just give each other that healthy space. But I also do believe if you with the right person, I can't see I can't see it being too much of being able to spend time with each other as long as it's a healthy, interdependence, being away. And you can it could be interchangeable where you may have space from each other. Sometimes you may not want to see each other. You may be in the same house, you in that room, I'm in that room, and we just, if we stay in each other that much, sometimes we can get bored of each other, right? And you want to build some, some suspense, like miss the person, even if y'all living inside the house. So I can see there are times where y'all want to be up on each other. There's times you might want some distance, but as long as it doesn't become unhealthy, where you neglecting your life and other people, I think it's okay. I think there's nothing wrong with that. It shouldn't be healthy at all to be around somebody you love.
People should be able to understand if each other is getting bored. Like, you should be able to pay attention to your partner. And if you feel the person's getting bored, go fix it, do something about it. Or you could leave, like what Ali's saying, but if y'all can't get that bored of each other, like, just figure out what's going to make y'all laugh. You could throw a little game or do something fun. You don't got to be all the same shit every day.
All right.
Play some trouble.
Yeah. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button, family. Hit the like button. The likes are free. Typically, the likes are down. Hit it if you haven't already. Also, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. Let me go ahead and get to these super chats real quick. Got a few of them. Trucker Yell, $2. A member says, lady, y'all husbands in 2030. Y'all support this? Accountability partner, Anton.
Shout out to the AP. Always holding us down. Says, I'm not a ballet, but I support the network. Black ran, black led, nothing but love. JR and Anton always grinding. I appreciate you. Annie, a member. Shout out to the people that's also a member. We appreciate you, the accountability partner. You always holding us down, big dog.
Accountability partner again, $5 says, that last SC was prior to the D comment. Damn, Anton. Marcus Evans, $5 says, come on, Bruiser. Anonymous Base, $20 a member, says, it's so funny how these women will complain about men not wanting to commit to women that still want to have girls' night. That's just like a Pokemon trainer with all 8 gym badges allowing you to act like a wild Pokemon. Frankie, Baltimore 499 says, it's no brainer. Lady D is off the market. My head hurts for real. Don't shoot up the wrong club, guys. Julius Germain 499 says, Anton, y'all say wolf ticket in Detroit.
Yes, we do.
Anonymous Base $5 also member says, this is to get balanced some chef level utensils so she can keep cooking.
We say wolf pussy in Alabama.
All right, I appreciate the super chats. Let's move on to our next topic, which is a nice smooth transition right here. We'll talk about DJ Envy's wife takes a 20-day girls trip. So let me go ahead and give me 1 second. We'll play this clip right quick.
Of course, my wife is, she went on a girls' trip. She's going for 20 days. So I've been packing the kids' lunch. And when I've been packing the lunch, I've been seeing your comments saying, why you put so many snacks in the bag? Why donuts? Why Pop'ems? Why salami and
daddy
cheese
that
sandwich?
don't know how to cook.
All right, so it's a little snippet of it, man, real quick. But we understand what all happened with DJ Envy, but a 20-day girls' trip. I'm gonna start with the women for this.
Now listen, I love my friends. Don't get me wrong. Ain't no way I want to be around that much estrogen for 20 days. There's no way I'm going nowhere with no woman that long. Is she crazy? Like, there's no way. I don't want to be away from my man that long, and I don't want to be with women that long. Like, what are you guys doing for 20 days? That's 3 weeks. 3 weeks away from my man with women? That does not sound fun at all, remotely at all. Like, I don't want to do it. I'm sorry, not for me. Not for me. If you want to do that, okay. It just seems odd. It seems very, very odd to me, but because I know their history, I'm really not that surprised, but it's not for me. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, that's the ultimate. Like, I don't like you. Like, seriously, 3 weeks. It's. We just talked about not going everywhere with your significant other, but trips. Nah, we got to go on trips together. Like, yeah, it's given. I don't like my husband because 20 days is a long time. That's a long time. And I guess DJ Envy is he don't care. So he's just, they just in it at this point just to be in it, because that's a long time to go on a girl's trip, woman's trip, whatever you want to call it. There's no.
And that means that she left her kids too for 3 weeks too. So not just the husband, you left your kids too. Like, ain't no way. I don't even have kids yet, but I don't want to leave my babies for no 3 weeks to go be with a bunch of women.
I could
For
leave
what?
for 3 weeks. I could leave them because I got a lot of them kids here. I'm gonna get my 3-week break, but my man is gonna be with me. I'm gonna be planning a trip with couples, and then if we as women want to separate for a few hours, we could go do that. But I'm not going on no vacation with no single women. I don't care if you're married or not. We're gonna go with our men and we're gonna do it together, because that's what it's about. If I wanted to go on a singles trip or be on a trip for 20 days with some women, I might as well be single, because that's what single women do, because they have no other option. I have options, and my option is my man.
Not to be a colorist or anything, but if y'all ever wondered why dark-skinned dudes got to separate themselves from light-skinned dudes,
what?
This is why, okay? Because that's some simp stuff right there, man. Let me just tell you, like, I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Married women have no business taking a pleasure trip. I'm gonna use that word, a pleasure trip alone at all. But for 20 days, like a woman is able to take a pleasure trip, a married woman for that long doesn't respect her husband. She don't respect him.
What if her husband let her go?
She out there messing around.
It's the fact that she wanted to go that's the problem.
Exactly.
She's leveraging what he did in the past to justify what she wants to do.
Oh, I didn't know that side to it.
And it's like, I would never want to be around females that long, because we know how they are, ladies. They get catty. My best friend, we was on the phone the other night, and she was like, we were talking about you. You're shady, Stephanie. You never want to hang out with us. You never want. I was like, well, I have no desire. Because
I don't know. They all trying to say something, y'all. They all trying to say something. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I don't see him over there though.
Who's who?
Yeah, you gotta let him finish.
Listen,
office, please.
In these other countries, you know what I mean? Like they're trying to figure out exactly how to even cater to the Western woman consumer. Yeah, they're gonna make money off you. But even in Ghana, they got to bring the military out to the street just to protect you, because the universal sign for vulnerable is a woman alone. And y'all keep going out alone. All over the world, Dubai, Italy. It's like, do y'all not understand that a woman with a ring on her finger, it looks weird to other people when y'all are alone without your husband? Like that, it makes you look vulnerable. If you go to Mexico for 20 days as a married woman, the cartel gonna think you established residency. And it's just gonna start plotting on you. Like that's not something married women do in any other culture around the world. I don't understand it.
Okay. All right. Is there any men that thinks it's okay for their woman to take the 20-day trip?
Voluntarily, like somebody going over their own, they just want to go out on 20-day. I don't think that's fine. But I mean, like if it's required for you to accomplish some goal, and like if you go into the military, you got to go to basic training or some shit like that, and yeah, that's cool. But like, nah, like 20 days, like really? Yeah, I would say it just sounds strange to me, because I never heard of anything like that. And the fact that y'all said she was using that as a way to get back at him from some shit he did in the past.
Well, I don't know if that was the case. Somebody just brought that up.
Yeah, what did he? I thought she was the one that, like, didn't she? Did she like fake orgasms, or they didn't have sex or something like that?
That was
like
her.
It was something
That was her.
sexual.
That was her.
So I mean, it's not. It doesn't surprise me that she would take this trip, because she's obviously. To me, it doesn't seem like she's attracted to her husband. It doesn't seem like they have that that connection that you would have with your significant other where you wouldn't want to take a trip without them.
Right.
Hold on, is she taking a 20-day physical therapy trip?
What, Bruiser?
I was
All night, Bruiser.
No, I mean,
it's crazy. So she's saying because he don't give her an orgasm, she's justifying being able to go on a 20
I
day.
don't think that's what
No,
she
that
said.
happened
No one
a
said
while
that.
ago.
Nobody said that. We just, I just want to know if you guys.
Rules would just be so lost. Rules don't know the hell be going on.
Hey, Mr. Let Go.
Shut your ass up. You about to get your ass whipped, boy.
Anton, would you agree with what she did just because she is staying within her marriage and keeping it together? Would you agree with her actions?
What, her taking a 20-day? I mean, it depends on.
But the fact she's staying with her husband.
It depends on the context, right? You saying the fact that she's staying with her husband.
Mm-hmm.
So you saying that? Would I agree with the fact that she's using that to justify going on a 20-day trip?
No. I'm saying, like, would you give her a pass because she's ultimately staying and keeping her family together? Would you give her a pass because she's doing this?
A hall
going on
pass.
for 20 days.
I don't. What do you mean? What is a pass?
A hall pass.
To go and let somebody else bust her down?
You mean
No.
What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, would you give this instance in her case a pass because, she's keeping her family together? Like, she's coming back home and her family's well provided for. The mom has a dad. I mean, the kids have a mom, the kids have a dad. Would you give her a pass?
Because she's supposed to.
The thing about it is that it's just the context, right? Like, my girl goes out of town and stuff all the time, but a lot of, like, I would say 99% of the time, she might be with her mother. You know what I'm saying? Her and her mother may go to Vegas together or something like that. So it just depends on the context of what's happening. I think in most situations, people just make the right decision. I don't even think that that's something that just happens. So for me personally, I don't worry about, or I don't question, or I ain't really trying to figure it out. Like, my chick just move on the up and up, and I just don't have that worry. If she said that she wanted to go to, her and her mom is going to Africa for the next, 2 weeks or something, and they're gonna be doing safaris and stuff, I don't care.
Wait, but Anton, what if y'all had sexual issues in your marriage? What if that was like an issue in your marriage where sex was an issue in your marriage, where you're just not having sex, and then she just says, hey, you know what, I want to go on a 21-day trip, or I want to get away.
She want to go to Jamaica.
Would it still, would you still not really worry about her, or would you second guess it?
You can't expect me to take you seriously.
Who is playing all of these? Who is playing? What's that? No, that's Bruiser. That is Bruiser. I know Bruiser. I know JR sound effects. It's like the scenarios is wild. Like, what if y'all have a
Well, no, they had issues.
That's their real. That's
in
their real
marriage. Like, that was a real thing for them. That's what I'm saying. Like, their situation. I think that they have come to a realization in their situation where they're just going to do what they're going to do. But at the same time, you still have to weigh out the issues in your marriage. You can't just sweep them underneath the rug, or just say, yeah, go ahead, go on this 3-week venture. Although you're not fulfilling your duties at home.
I just don't think that far ahead. Like, I don't have a checklist to say, are you fulfilling all of your duties before I let you go on this field trip? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't care. I genuinely don't care. I believe that if you're with a person, then you're gonna have to trust them, unless they show you otherwise. And if you decide that you want to stay with them after y'all had infidelity issues, then you're gonna have to trust them 100%, or don't be with them. I'm not going to be with anybody that I don't trust to represent me in the best light. And so I don't put parameters. I expect you to act however it is that I set the standard is in my household, but I don't put rules and parameters on anybody. I don't even put rules and parameters on my daughter. My daughter has never, ever had a bedtime. And the only way that I would ever give her a bedtime is if she's shown herself to not be able to wake up in the morning and do what she's supposed to do. I don't believe in rules. I believe rules come as a result of people, not being able to handle the freedom that come along with whatever it is that they do. And so I don't put restrictions and rules or say you can only spend this much when you go shopping or anything like that. I believe that adults are reasonable enough to make the right decision. And my wife has always made really good decisions. Why would I care about wherever she want to go or whatever the parameters is? I'm just not that type of person. I'm not insecure. I believe that when my chick go out, she gonna bring me back some money. She gonna bring me back a networking opportunity. I don't monitor her when she in a room. When we go out to these places and stuff, I'm not checking to see whether or not I don't care. Most of the time she come back and she be like, hey, let me introduce you to this person. Or I met this person's wife and we need to go out to dinner. Man, I want you to go out and do your thing. Do the thing that I taught you to do. I've groomed you into being the woman that you are. I trust that you're going to go out and take care of business. Now go out there and execute. I'm not
Okay. Well, I want to say this. If it was vice versa and the man said to a woman, I want to go out with all my male friends for 3 weeks and he's married, what are you talking about? Like, where y'all going?
I shoot out all the time on my own. I spent Thanksgiving like a year and a half ago in Vegas by myself.
That's different.
Sometimes I go and I'll be like, you know what? I just need some time to unwind, and I'll go to 3 or 4 different cities back to back to back, and then come back home in a week and a half or something like that. She ain't tripping. Ain't nobody tripping off that. We good. Like, we just don't have those problems. We don't have those insecurities. We grown, man. Like, whatever it is that you feel, you just say, yo, Anton, listen, or are you she and then she can say, hey, I want to come too. Is it cool that I come too? And I'll be like, all right, cool, let's do that. And let's figure out how it is. Do we want Leslie to come with us? Do we want our daughter, just take her out of school and we just all gonna go together? Like, we don't have those problems. Everything that we talk about and the opportunities that come along with it is out of abundance. It's not out of duress. We don't worry. We try to figure out how we can have the most fun as a result of it.
So let me ask you this, Anton. It's just a yes or no question. I just want to confirm that I know exactly how you're gonna answer this, because it seems like y'all got a bomb ass relationship.
It's dope as hell.
Y'all really got a bomb ass relationship. So she going
as soon as we landed from the airport, when I was driving, I had one hand on the wheel and one hand on her titties, and I was just rubbing them shits. It was just so phenomenal, bro. It was the greatest ride ever. I'm just like,
yes,
I'm rubbing on her titties and shit, and bro. Anyways,
this is my question. She go on her 20-day trip. She come back from Trinidad, and she's 3.5 weeks pregnant.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm just asking. Yes or no? Is you gonna get a DNA test?
I have no idea.
He added on to it. Damn.
Yo, honestly, I'm not even gonna speak to these problems because I would never have these type of problems, bro.
I understand Bruiser a little bit. I worked with this guy.
If my chick came back pregnant, I'm not getting a DNA test. It's not mine. I already got a vasectomy. So,
Excuse me. You got a vasectomy already, Bruiser. So, I think that kind of like when you come up with these conversations, you got a aspects. The man got a vasectomy. So of course, it's over. He got a vasectomy.
I didn't know he had a vasectomy. My bad.
I told you I don't have these same type of problems, bro. Like, every scenario that you pose, it just don't apply to me.
So who on the panel don't got a vasectomy? Males.
Oh, wife school. Real surprising.
I just wanted to be funny.
No, why wouldn't you not get one?
Oh, exactly.
It should took 15 minutes, bro.
Maybe by these damn ridiculous ass women. Are you crazy?
15 minutes, bro.
Hell yeah. I'm not getting none of these chicks pregnant. Are you crazy? My life is beautiful. Ain't now woman gonna come in and interfere with this beautiful ass life.
So you raw
Do you
dog?
want to know what it's like to shoot a club up risk free?
Bro.
Do you not want to know what
Raw
that feels
dog.
like?
Bro.
You
Bang,
raw
bang.
dogging. You raw dogging, right?
Huh?
Huh?
Depending
If he
on-
can hunt, he
You don't
can
like
hear
the way
it. Yeah.
the counterfeit.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's.
No, I ain't
I'm
running
the
around
only
raw
one that's
dogging, but
fertile.
I'm just saying.
Nobody
No,
about to
no,
chop.
raw
I ain't chopping
dog,
nothing.
women raw
I ain't no
dog.
cat and dog.
Fertile.
Me too. I'm fertile too, man.
Hold on, what happened?
What happened?
I said I was
Everybody
fertile
stop.
too.
What happened?
I'm fertile too, Bruiser.
Oh.
You said you fertile?
Yo, we gotta stop using that word for dudes. It doesn't apply. I don't
Y'all,
think
y'all do know that you can get it reversed if you wanted to.
exactly. That's why I'm like, fertile is not the
Yeah,
proper.
man. I'm telling you, man, it's a beautiful feeling.
You get married, Mr. Lego, you gonna get it reversed?
What's a beautiful?
No, I'm dead
Told you.
serious.
I told you.
Ali, I want you to think about this. How many situations or relationships or whatever have you been in where you just like, when was
Like
your
that.
period? You know what I'm saying? You just start thinking about, is your period late? Or either there's a breakup or something, right? And then y'all was raw dogging and you like, yo, the last thing I ever need is for this chick to be pregnant and we ain't even together no more. You know what I'm saying? So it's so many situations where you never have to worry that little shit in the back of your mind where you just like, yo, what if? There's no what if. Peace. You get a level of peace, you know what I'm saying? Because when you out here raw dogging sometimes, not all the time, hey, you gotta have that thought in your mind, like, damn, I hope she ain't pregnant. Damn, I didn't do this. I didn't.
You
Man,
just admit that you be having unprotected sex as a therapist?
Oh man.
Yes, I have had unprotected sex. I was in a relationship, but after the relationship, no. So when you're in a relationship with somebody,
Y'all do
sometimes
realize that
you take the
protection
condom
is
off.
not. Y'all do realize that protection is not just for kids. It's so that you don't get no STIs, right?
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm just trying to figure out when did we forget that part of the conversation too? Y'all just,
bro. I'm just answering the question that I was.
I'm not talking about as it relates to you, Mr. Lego. I'm just talking about as it relates to how we communicate and in general. You supposed to use protection also, like Jesus Christ.
I got something for you. You stay right there. You stay
But
right there.
Anton, all I'm
With my
saying
wife?
is that feeling that you don't have to have anymore is the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Listen, man, why are we dancing around the conversation like dudes actually want to wear condoms? All right,
True.
that is not. It's not natural at all. Women, so I don't even want to make. Women don't even like them. Men don't like them. Very few people use them after a certain part in their adulthood. They can't wait to take it off. You know what I mean? It's not
but
natural.
you know what
at all.
else is not natural? Getting these crazy bumps on your
Right. You're right. Well, no, it is
Well,
natural.
Especially in Atlanta. Especially in Atlanta.
You know what else is not natural? Getting skinny for no reason. Because
Yeah, getting the ninja.
Because you got AIDS. That's what's not.
I ain't got those problems. But
No, I'm just
I feel
saying,
you.
like,
I feel you.
listen. We live in unnatural times. We have men walking around as women. We have, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if you gonna do it, please, for the sake of God, Jesus Christ, please do not bring any critters home. Like, just strap up, homie. Jesus.
I don't know how we got this far off topic, but
Zombie movie.
Guys, man, y'all out here playing Russian roulette,
Like,
bro.
I'm just being look. I'm just being real because I'm like all these people talking about wrap it up. Like I said,
he ain't pulling out either.
Look, you got to keep your credibility. Remember what I said? I married the woman I got pregnant, right? But all these moms talk about you better be wrapping it up, boy, and their son looking at them like, girl, you got 2 baby daddies. What the hell are you talking about? People be losing their credibility quick as shit out here.
But Trigger Mike, I can only speak for myself. I ain't had a child in 20 some years. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, here's the question.
Just for the record.
Here's the question that I want y'all to take a lie detector test on. How many of y'all had a STD or a STI in y'all lifetime?
Never. I'll say quick. I can do a lot. Never.
You can take it first, Anton. Have you?
Okay, if you went to an HBCU, if you went to college, don't lie. Just plead the fifth.
So Trigger Mike, basically
You
you
have.
you didn't cross that threshold, right?
Uh-oh. No. You talk too much. You talking too much, Trigger. Spaghetti.
Uh-oh. He was in the military.
Hold on, my kids are calling me. I'll be right.
Ali, do you have children?
Yes, one.
Are you married to the mom?
No.
Oh.
That's all Bruiser. That is Bruiser.
I know that is Bruiser. I know that's Bruiser.
That is 100%.
That's JR, yo. That ain't me, bro.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Some super chats. Dub Will 499 says, Ninja, what? 20-day girl trip. Go ahead and make it an indefinite girls trip. Sign these papers. Peace sign. Marcus Evans $5 says, dope convo so far. Keep it up. Eugene Steele $5 says, 20-day girls trip. I know DJ Envy better call and check on his wife daily. DJ Envy also better pray. Remember, that's a girls trip in Mexico.
You mean nightly, not daily.
Come out $5. DJ Envy still in the doghouse. He ain't got no choice. John Doe 499 says, married for 20 years and your wife is still taking girls trip. You ain't got the juice like that.
Damn sure don't.
Anonymous Base $5 says, Ayo, I literally just made a solid point about these girls trips and here we go. Wild Pokemon behavior, shaking my head. S. Pases. Say it correctly. $5. DJ Suspect wife getting buzzed down. And Trigger Mike, as a light-skinned man, I resent that. My wife would never. I'm not married yet, but still.
Hey, respect, man. Respect.
Frankie Baltimore 499 says, every wife is so cap. I'm out of caps at this point. Women don't like to be around women like that. What happened to men? What the F is that sheet? Frankie Baltimore 499 says she's been out day marriage a while ago, and Bruiser is right. There's a connection. It's only a matter of time. Frankie Baltimore 199 says, how Stella got her groove back. Marcus Evans $5 says, Bruisers, you my guy, but damn, bro. Christopher J 199 says, Bruiser needs to be drug tested.
Facts.
Frankie Baltimore 199 says, Bruiser with D, Jamaica, and Trinidad references. Anonymous Base $10 says, shout out to Anton with his unapologetic masculinity. This is also a tide for the collection plate. Also, shout out to Ali because he and I think very similarly and attack arguments with logic. Christopher J 199 says, I take that back. Mr. Let Go is on drugs.
Facts.
Frankie Baltimore 499 says, I got time today. Why balance be blacking out when the convo go all the way soft? That's a good question, man.
She ain't got no answer.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on. Hit the like button if you haven't already. The likes are low. So take this moment right now. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor again, Teach Handling Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off alone, a free gift. That link is in the description. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next topic of the night, which is, Bruce, this your thing right here. But is being a good man enough? I'm going to play this clip.
A woman can talk her out of a relationship. You can talk. We do that.
Yes,
we will talk.
I'm gonna say something, and this might ruffle little feathers. I don't think just being a good man is enough to stay in a relationship with them.
But when I say a good man, I mean like he's good. That means all around. That means himself, spiritually, mentally, physically.
That's great.
Healthily, like he's a good man.
That doesn't mean that he's the man for you. And maybe when you're going through these motions of getting to know him, you're realizing, okay, he's a great person, but honestly, I don't fuck with his humor. Like he could be funny, but he's not funny to me.
And that's why a lot of modern women are getting 40 with 4 cats and no man, because he's a good man, but because he's not funny, you gotta throw that out.
All right, here we go. Is being a good man enough? Go ahead, Balance. Start with you first.
That's funny. So because my name is Balance, of course, we got to have balance to it. There are women and men that are too picky They're too picky, and that's why they're single. They want to nitpick every single thing. I don't know if you guys remember that show Seinfeld. That was one of my favorite shows, but he would cancel women out because he didn't like their name, he didn't like their toes, he didn't like the way they spoke, he didn't like the way they laughed. It was always something, and he nitpicked and was like, "Nah, I can't be with her." Like, no, it's just I don't like the way she laughs. I don't like the way she wore her hair that day. So the men and women do that alike. They're too picky, but I say balance because you don't want to just go for anybody. If you don't have chemistry with this person and you expect it to last a lifetime, you're being unrealistic. And that's why we have so many divorces, is because these people weren't realistic. Like, you have to think about what you like, what you want long term, not just in the moment. They were thinking about, oh, we have all this great sexual chemistry today, let's get married. But you don't share the same values. You don't want the same things long term. Like, you don't think the same, and it never works out. You're not the same religion. I don't care what it is. You're not the same with how you want to spend money. One person wants to spend all of it, the other person wants to save all of it, and you wonder why you're divorced. You guys were never compatible from the beginning. You both may be really good people. There's a lot of good people, but you're not compatible. So I think people really need to have that balance. Don't be too picky where you're nitpicking everything, but don't just be like, oh, we have great sexual chemistry and we're both good people and we both got good jobs. Let's get married. Because those people are the ones who end up divorced, and it never works. And the kids, as we see, these poor kids are suffering. All of these kids, like, we never talk about the kids of divorced parents. Oh my God, the kids. Anyway. So have the balance to how you're choosing these people. No, just being a good man or a good woman doesn't mean that I'm compatible with you. So that's how I feel about it, JR.
All right, I'm gonna go to Bruiser next. Bruiser, what are your thoughts?
Man, I think people just get into relationships and not. You said they. I think people get in relationships and they only thinking about themselves. When you get married, you got to think about everything. You got to think about whether you can be a wife or a husband, and most importantly, you got to think about the kids. So I think women today is going to struggle with this because a lot of them are trying to find a man to be the missing piece to their puzzle, when they should be trying to be the missing piece to a man's puzzle. Well, women are already building themselves up to have a system, and now they're trying to find a man to fit in their system when they should be trying to see if they can fit into a man's system. So now they got all these criteria and preferences. That's just cutting this guy, that guy out. And they end up old, or they end up going from man to man and say, oh, this is not right for me. What about, is he a good husband, or can he be a good father? And the fact that that's an issue, that's a crisis in our community. The fact that we don't look at that, that's the problem. Because we don't have selflessness. I mean, yeah, we don't have selflessness. So if you don't have those things, you just best not get in a relationship, period.
What if she don't want kids?
Well, if she don't want kids, then she don't want kids. She gotta talk to the guy, and they gotta have an understanding. And if they can't be in a relationship, then go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is the criteria to determine whether or not he's a good father or not then doesn't even play.
But in this scenario, if he's got security, if he's got the finances, if he's able to love you emotionally, physically, all that, and take care of you and be a good father, good husband, and you say, oh, he doesn't make me laugh, I think that's an issue. But to each his own, everybody got the right to have their preferences. But I think that kind of thinking is not going to help us fix this fatherless crisis issue. Because we're not willing to set aside, we're not willing to just take our duty and actually sacrifice the things that we may want and need for the betterment of a family. You get what I'm saying? And children.
I don't, because I think that so many other factors are to helps to determine whether or not y'all should be together. I don't think that, see, the problem is that, okay, it goes back to the same conversation that we've been having for the last few weeks. How do you determine whether or not a woman is going to be a good mother or not if she doesn't have kids yet?
How she treats you as a man?
That is not a determining factor for whether or not she's going to be a good mother.
Why not?
Because her nurturing the kids is completely different from what it is that she fell in love with for you.
So you saying when she has
kids are a sense of duty. That has nothing to do with how whether or not she respects you as a man.
Well, I can't speak for every woman, but I can speak for my wife.
No. We're not talking about your wife specifically. How do you, because I don't want to make it personal to you unless you just want to use your wife as an example. But my point is, how do you determine whether or not somebody is going to be something when you don't even know what you don't know? Because I guarantee you that I guarantee you the majority of guys, if they knew what they know now, then they never would have had the kid with the person that took them to family court.
That's a fact.
And that's that's how the woman treats you. These women are treating these men like shit. So
no, the women treat the men like gold when they're with them. And then the minute they fall out, because you're not the same person under duress as you are when you're in love. You're not the same person.
That's a
You're
fact.
not the same person at 20 as you are when you're 30. Your circumstances will then determine what the outcome is going to be. And then that brings out wherever it is that you are in your life at that particular moment. You don't know what you don't know. And so there's so many other factors, and you guys are actually proving my point, because you're saying that there's other things that will then help determine whether or not you're going to be great in this other thing over here, which makes balance right, because she's basically saying there's other things that you have to take into consideration that would then factor into whether or not you need to be with this person long term, because you can't say that whether or not they're going to be a good mother or not if they don't already have kids, and you can't make that determining factor. You're still guessing. You still making an educated guess. You
are.
You still guessing.
A woman doesn't even know what type of mother she's going to be before she has children. What are you talking about, lady?
Wait, hold on. Then that means you shouldn't be with these women if they don't know who they are. I'm talking about women who are knowing who they are. They're going to treat you with a certain amount of
Think about it like this. One more thing, Ali. We largely say that the brain isn't even fully developed until you in your mid-20s. Yet we ask women, and we say that women need to get married earlier. Specifically, when they first get into college, they need to meet the person that they supposed to wouldn't marry them. If your brain is not even fully developed as a human being until you get into your mid-20s, how do you even know who you are until you found? Men don't even know who they are until they suffer and they under duress. They don't even know whether or not they are made the way that they're supposed to make until you find yourself in a situation where you're being tested. To be tested brings something out of a man.
Women are thinking after they have children.
Yet.
I agree to that. I'm not talking about getting married when you 18. I'm not even on that. I'm talking about, you said mid-20s. Okay, what, 25? All right, cool. Now, younger women, it's impossible. You're not going to know if a younger woman, or even a man rather, is going to be a good mother or father. I agree to that.
So if you don't know whether or not you're a mother or father, how can we substantiate Bruiser's point as far as determining whether or not you should be with somebody based off of something that you have not even been through or know yet?
It's the same way
bring them around your family.
It's the same way you substantiate every take you have against our arguments when we ask you how you would think the experience would be if you didn't meet your woman at 18 and you had to go through the brunts that we went through as far as out here in this crazy ass dating world. You just said that don't apply to me. I met my wife when I was younger. That don't apply to me. I don't got those problems. What I'm telling you is the same thing.
What I went off was old enough at 40 years old. I don't have to speak based off of hypotheticals. I'm speaking based off of experience. So it's hard for me to answer it based off of a hypothetical when I've actually experienced life to the point that I've experienced it.
So you're not asking us a hypothetical?
No, I'm not.
I just told you I can tell you about my experience.
I'm not asking you a hypothetical. I'm criticizing something that you already said. See, I'm not asking you a question I'm not asking you to substantiate something you haven't already stated. You said out of your mouth, why aren't women doing A, B, C, and D? And then I said, how can they do A, B, C, and D when they don't even know themselves yet?
So if
what I said was, looking at him as somebody to tell a joke, look at him as somebody. Can he be a husband? Can he be a father? I think prioritizing those characteristics is important than somebody who's laughing. And y'all could argue it to each his own. That's just my opinion.
And to clarify, that is Bruiser's wife. So I think that's why he's saying so much.
Anton, if a woman comes out of a household that was full of two parents, loving, caring, and you see that they raised her a certain way, you saying that from a woman coming from that perspective, you don't know if she's going to be a good mother, even though she had good parents?
No, you don't know. And as a matter of fact, we say all the time, women that are raised a lot of times in two-parent households often are the wildest ones in college. As a matter of fact, I use my own wife as an example. She wasn't raised in a two-parent household, and she barely even knew her father, but she wound up being the most feminine and submissive woman that I've ever met in my entire life.
Well, to my defense, my wife wasn't the one that said that he had to be funny or that was a deal breaker. And the lady said that's not enough for her to stay in a relationship. She was speaking from being in a relationship with a man who can provide security and love and all that stuff, but he wasn't able to make her laugh, so she vacated the relationship. What I was saying that from my experience, my wife's mother raised all of them, and she raised kids in the house that she adopted from infants all the way up, and she was able to get around that and actually learn how to do it.
I'll give you an example, Bruiser. I'll give you an example. If a man is a good man, because I know a lot of good Muslim brothers, should they marry a Christian woman?
I asked that before.
As a man is a good man and he's a Muslim brother, should he marry a Christian woman?
Because there's a lot of really good men that's Muslim brothers.
Yes, there
They
are.
didn't marry a Christian woman.
I think to each his own, man. If that's what you
want. No. You gotta come on, man. Stand on your argument.
My argument was not about religion. My argument was about nuclear.
No,
family.
the question that's going across the panel is being a good man enough? And you saying yes because you support.
I didn't say yes.
No, you did.
I didn't. I said instead of looking at humor of somebody having a laugh as a deal breaker, that's not what I said. You wanted to be what I said so you can make a point, but that's not what I said.
Respectfully, you're substantiating and you're supporting the argument that your wife was making on that clip. Yes or no?
She said that's why you grow old in 40. I said what I said is best given the fatherless crisis. If I can try to say what I said.
Yes or no? Are you supporting and substantiating the argument that your wife made on the panel?
I support my wife. What she said.
Since you're substantiating and supporting that argument, I asked you a direct question, which is a yes or no. If a man is a good man, because there's good men across all religions, but he's not, should he marry a Christian woman?
Yeah, he can marry. He should marry whatever woman he feel that can fit into his system. He should marry her.
But that's not his system because he's Muslim and she's Christian.
That's the system. You do know that.
Man makes the decision whether
Christianity
in
is
his
a system.
Every man's system is for himself.
Hey, why y'all don't just let Bruiser and Tom talk?
Christianity is a system, so that means she does not fit in his system.
Listen, I can't tell another man what's not right for his system, and another man can't tell me that.
God.
That's the reason why I got a successful relationship, because I don't listen to what other motherfuckers tell me about my system.
Hold on, y'all both right. Hold on.
And if a man decided to go with his way and he wanted to date outside of his religion, then that's him. I'm perfectly fine. My argument is women trying to find a man to fit in their system.
The point that I'm making is that being a good man, which you're saying based off of the fact that you substantiating what it is that your wife's saying, you supporting it, and I respect that, right? Is being a good man enough? And I'm saying no, because there's too many other factors that can then affect or determine the course of the relationship that's outside of whether or not you're a good person. It's good people that meet each other every single day, and they do not need to be together because those two good people in separate areas of their life could possibly be toxic with each other.
And I'm saying I don't believe that. I don't believe good people meet each other every day.
I believe it's good people that meet each other every single day. And that does not mean that
I don't believe that. I don't see that.
Listen. There's good people that I divest myself from, not because they're a bad person, but just because we growing in two different directions, right? You can meet good people and you can rock out with you can have good friends, but just because they're good friends does not mean that they're aligning with the direction that you're going in and is rocking out with the purpose that you need to fulfill. It doesn't mean that you have to take them along with you. It just means that you can be amicable when you see them. It's yo, what up? I rock with you. Y'all can kick it. But they don't need to be a part of your network because you got a whole nother thing that you're trying to accomplish over here. And they got a whole nother thing that they're trying to accomplish over there. And y'all both good people, but y'all need to go y'all separate ways because y'all together is not accomplishing anything. And y'all got two different things that y'all supposed to be doing.
That wasn't the case though. And what I'm saying is
that everybody that's good don't need to just marry everybody that's good. It's other
You marry. Listen, you marry who you want. If you want to marry a bad person, that's on you. My whole point is, if you find a good man, a good husband, and he can be a good father, he can be a leader in the household, he can take care of the family. I'm saying that these other things that you may find as deal breaker, as little as somebody's being funny, I think those things should have some grace. That's just my opinion. And you can actually grow on each other and be funny.
But what if she's not meant to be a fucking mother because she would be a trash ass mother? So just because he would be a great father does not mean that she would be a phenomenal mother. He needs to be with a person that's actually going to be a phenomenal mother so that they can create a great family. Because
she wants to have kids in the future, though. So why are we removing that to make your point stronger?
Because my point is, just because two people are good does not mean that you guys have the same purpose or you're equally yoked or you're going in the same direction. Sometimes you need to walk away because that's not what's for you.
I agree, Anton.
Yeah, you have to have someone that is suitable for you.
Right.
Everyone is not suitable.
That's totally fine. I'm just
compatibility.
I'm talking about the selection process, and I think it's a comp. I look at
the selection process is ongoing, though.
If you could look at a man and measure him as a good man, and the only thing that you can find as a deal breaker is he's not funny, I just look at that as a compliment.
Use that as an example.
It was an example, though.
Just an example, man.
An
The
example.
selection process is actually, I want you to think about what you just said. The selection process. There's a process behind the selection. You can't just sit down with somebody and say, wow, this person is funny. We like the same color and we like going to the same way. No, it's a process.
It's a whole process.
It's a process, bro.
Woman said that wasn't enough for her to stay in a relationship because he wasn't funny.
Hold on, I'll give you another example.
She's getting bust down and all kinds of stuff.
I'll give you 10 examples back to back. It's some people that don't. What if you're a good person, right? But the thing that you're more focused on is changing a community and community activism, whereas this person is more focused on business, and you white and they black.
Exactly. That's
like it's so many factors that can go.
So that's different because we're talking about a man and a woman.
No, it's not.
No, it's not different.
Yeah, it is. You said white and black. Now you even it's whenever it's a man and a woman. A man is a leader and a woman is a subordinate in that situation. When you make it about black and white, that's supposed to be an equal playing form. When you're talking about a man and a woman is supposed to fit in the man's system. So that's a whole different.
Nothing's equal.
It's a whole different dynamic.
You gotta.
Hold on. I have a question. So, what was your wife teachable back in the day at the age of what, 19, 20?
12.
Yeah, for me, she was.
Okay.
She wasn't teachable for every man.
No, I'm not saying teachable like that. I'm saying like for you.
For me specifically, I believe in my heart that she was specifically tailored, created, and groomed just for me. Wow. There is nobody in the world that she could have been with, and there's nobody else that I should have been with outside of her. I believe that we were groomed, we were made, and we met each other at the exact time that we were supposed to meet each other, and that things went exactly the way it was supposed to, and that we were created for each other. I don't believe that there's one person on this earth that I'm better suited for than her, and vice versa.
I agree to that.
That's so beautiful.
But
it wouldn't make no sense for him to say otherwise.
Hold on, let me finish.
Even if it were true.
Balance. Hold on. Lay down before you go. Why is it like, and I'm being serious too, why is it that him and Anton just can't have a conversation? And Mr. Ligo, you jump in and Balance, you just co-signing whatever is said by him. Why you do that? Like Bruiser just hold on. No, I'm gonna finish real fast because what you do when you on this panel. Bruiser just was, let's say you thought he was supporting his wife, and you said he's only saying that because it was his wife. Then when Anton just talked about his wife, you just supported him and his wife. You said, isn't that so beautiful? Why wasn't it beautiful when Bruiser said it?
I didn't say it was not beautiful. I said to clarify, Bruiser's talking about it so much because that's his wife, to let people know that was his wife.
Oh,
let people know that was his wife.
Bruiser, stop real quick. For instance, sometimes Bruiser, just stop. What was the point of saying that?
To let people know that was his wife.
For what?
So to show that he's definitely standing for what his wife says, and it's okay.
No, it wasn't. That's not what you did. Because
you're gonna tell me what I'm doing?
Same thing. You just said you didn't. Why didn't? Hold on, Bruiser. I mean, Mr. Lego, because y'all talk. Hold on, y'all. Y'all been talking. Hold on, real quick.
No,
why didn't you say that was beautiful? Why did you say?
Listen,
why
I
did
made
you
a
say?
comment that why Bruiser keeps talking so much,
Hold
and
on,
Balance
hold on.
unmuted and said, "It's
but why you don't say that to Anton?
Huh?
You heard what I said, brother.
I literally said something about Bruiser talking so much because Lady Di
just
was
if they having a comment, if you having,
let me just hold on.
No, because you've been doing it lately. If you and Anton having a conversation, I'm not gonna butt into it. And then there's two people co-signing into the conversation while they trying to talk.
I'm just telling you what happened. I'm answering your question. Bruiser kept talking, and Lady Di was trying to chime in, right? And Balance, and I was like, Bruiser, why you keep talking so much? And Balance said, that's because it's his wife. He's defending his wife.
That's
no.
what happened.
So, okay, let's say what else happens too. Sometimes you'll co-sign, sometimes Balance a co-sign, sometimes Bruiser a co-sign. It's like y'all take times in like almost, it's like you're trying to take a spotlight to say something, to take a shot at somebody. There's times you'll say, hey man, let me talk. No matter how long you talk, Mr. Lego, you'll talk a long time too. I think it'd be rude for someone to cut you off until you're done with your argument, then let someone come in. But why, if you're going to say it to him, then you got to say it to Anton as well too, out of respect. It ain't no disrespect to Anton. Balance. Let me finish, brother. Let me just finish, brother. Let me finish. Okay. Balance could have said, "Isn't that so beautiful what Bruiser is doing, defending his wife?" But when Anton brought up his wife, she said, "Isn't that so beautiful how Anton just said that about his wife? You should have said the same thing for Bruiser."
No, he said his wife was meant for him. That is beautiful.
Balance. You take shots. You're not trying to have no genuine conversation.
I'm not sure what you want today, Ali, but
no, flipping now. You should have defended him as well. I ain't on nothing. I'm being honest. So let's keep going. Let's go deeper. What Lady Di is trying to say, if we all have experiences from meeting good people or bad people, typically it is equivalent to someone who possibly could be a good mother and good father. Not only that, if you're in a good household and you typically, when you marry someone, you marry their family, mothers and aunts and grandmas are supposed to take the responsibility for that woman and help her become a mother as well too. She may not have all the characteristics of knowing what to do motherly wise, knowing how to tuck the baby, knowing how to feed the baby, when to feed the baby, certain things you do with the baby. But if she's a submissive woman, she's a listening woman, she been on that man's board, whatever he asks her to do, she'll mold to that, vice versa with that man. It is a great indicator if someone's going to be a great mother and father. What Anton said in the beginning is also true too. You don't know she's going to be a great mother. You don't know someone's going to be a great father. But I can tell you this, majority of who we were in middle school determines exactly who we typically going to be. The people that I met in middle school, if there was a bad person, they to this day is still a bad person. If they were a good person, they moved as a good person. But if we develop into human beings, and you meet someone and they're showing attributes of a great person consistently, caring about other people outside themselves, caring about other children. You see how they interact with kids. They get up to feed a woman to get up, open the door for men, wanting to feed people when she comes in. It's a great, and how she treats her man is a great indicator if she could be a great mother. It is.
Ali, it's good to take some deep breaths sometimes.
Balance. Don't even do that. Don't even do that.
I'm saying this is. I love to take deep breaths sometimes, especially if you feel antsy.
Balance. I come up here to have genuine conversations. You come up here to play around and you take shots. That's what you do.
Take deep breaths.
So don't do that. Don't make me Balance. Don't make
can
me.
we move on?
It's all right.
Actually, have a good conversation.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, but it's all good.
No, you know what I'm talking about. And people on the panel know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's all right.
It's convenient for you not to know what I'm talking about.
We know who you are. Did you?
I know, right? See, that was a great mood changer. Exactly. That was love right there.
Yeah, that's all I do.
You had to change the mood a little bit.
That's all love.
What was the question again? That would be
what makes a good mother, Balance? Hold on, y'all.
No,
what makes a good mother?
Is being a good man enough?
Be a good mother, Balance. Without saying Anton said it or I said it. I agree with Anton said or I agree with what Ali said. What's a good answer for what makes a good mother?
Say that again, Ali.
Oh, you didn't hear you hear everything else. You didn't hear what I said.
Are you going to repeat it or?
Yeah, it sounds like you taking shots.
You see what I'm saying, right?
And let go. You doing just what I'm talking about, brother. You doing exactly what I'm talking about. It's between me and her. Why do that?
But I asked you to repeat the question.
Lady
and
Di
you
isn't
didn't.
doing it. Precious isn't doing it. Trigger ain't doing it. JR certainly ain't doing it. The wife's school ain't doing it. Why is it? It's the same people taking shots.
Nobody's taking shots.
It is
huh?
a shot. There's two wrongs.
Just some deep breaths, honey. Some deep breaths.
We talking between.
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
What are y'all doing? Do
It
y'all
ain't-
realize how y'all interrupted the whole damn show?
And your name balance.
Y'all beefing or something? The hell y'all doing?
Yo, I think they smashed on the
But
low.
why do you do,
I don't
Mr.
know
Leck? Are you
where this-
serious, man?
Y'all smashing on the low. We don't
It's
even know
okay,
y'all.
guys.
But it's okay. I'm telling you, if we having a genuine, serious conversation and we're talking about addressing people being genuine, good people versus superficial people, everybody should speak on when someone being disingenuous. But a lot of people don't speak up when someone's being disingenuous. Worse, if they're being genuine. That's the problem with society. I'll go back to Anton's speaker point in the beginning. We all lying. We invest in fake people. We invest in narcissist people. We invest in selfish people that would rather take shots at each other than have an honest, civil conversation that comes to a resolution. So we gonna just stay at step one today. So go ahead, Balance. Tell me how you could be a good mother.
So Ali, you're the parent. I'm not. I don't have children yet, so I think you're more equipped to answer that question. I know you probably.
The earlier you wanted to ask me that question. So how do you still can't answer?
I don't have any children, so I think you could better speak from experience than I can.
So
Even though I know you're a single
you don't
parent,
know how to be a good mother.
I can't speak on that. I know you can.
You know how to be a good mother. Just say I don't know how to be a good mother. It shouldn't have nothing to do with me. When I answer a question,
we got to move on.
I say you're more equipped.
We got to move on.
You don't know. You just don't know what it is.
Okay,
and it probably has
whatever
to be.
opinion you have to have, love. You got it.
We got to move on. Let's go and move on. Anybody else want to chime in? Is it being a good?
Yes, I do. I believe the question that's scrolling on the bottom is being a good man enough. I believe being a good man is enough. I just think that women want so much excitement and happiness. They just forget all the good qualities that a man does have, and they trump that above, him able to protect, him able to provide, and, just want to be divorced. And it's just so horrible. I used to pick men from a superficial standpoint, and that never worked. Until I had to sit back and say, well, I'm sick of getting these results. I'm sick of these dudes not putting in the work and being consistent with me. So I had to do the work on myself to vet, to question, and see and appreciate what a good man was.
Absolutely.
I'm glad to hear that. Good job.
Very well. Can I say something about this before we move on?
No, you done talked enough. Let go. Time out for 5 minutes.
Let go hasn't been talking that much.
I actually haven't been talking.
He hasn't.
That's y'all cognitive dissonance. Y'all used to what I was
bruising
doing.
Now balancing is co-signing.
Like
you doing what you doing. Y'all staying on
Here we
code
go
for them.
again.
When a woman staying on code for the
Go
women.
after me.
Deep breath.
This is what's happening in the real world. When a woman acts like how she acting, brothers come and stay on code with her.
Who do you want to talk next?
Ali,
bro?
I'm sick of
just
you
gonna
too.
chill
I'm
out.
talking next.
Yeah, for being telling the truth, you could be sick of me for telling the truth.
I'm sick of you too, Ali. All right, for real. Is being a good man enough? So the woman that was opposite of Bruiser's wife, I don't know if she's single or not, so I'll change it to say modern women keep women single. Like that statement was stupid because I would really say that women really don't know what they want, right? Because women don't know what a man is for anymore. Like they don't really understand the purpose of a man in their life. And this is where this is evidence to the dopamine driven society that we live in. Right. So and this is also in better context to what Mr. Let Go was saying on King Talk about Disney Plus, the Disney Plus generation. This is where that comes from. All right. I need a man to be all of these great things. And if you notice, women are choosing men like the wife school said, based off of superficial, not substantive qualities. That stuff never lasts.
Right.
It never lasts, and they do not see, even though they have example after example of failed relationships. It is the women, like literally, if you want me, every time I talk about marriage, whether it be on one of Lapeef programs, Fight Club, wherever, people are like, you make it sound so boring. What the hell? Like, but those are the people that are looking for that dopamine hit out of a marriage. Literally, and my wife will not get mad in saying this, I chose her for that very reason. She had the least amount of fun shit going on. This woman is stable. She's practical. She's calm, right? Like, beside all of that drama that was going on with everyone, I said, this is the woman I want to live this boring ass life with. My life is chill as hell right now.
That's so beautiful.
Got no problems with this lady because that's the way a wife is supposed to be. That is the foundation a man can build upon, right? A woman that behaves that way. So I would really encourage women to understand that you have to pick a man based off of, you have to understand what he's for. Is he practical? Is he reasonable, dependable? Is he consistent? That's it. Get to know him. Get men that know better than you to vet him and marry the dude. Those are the only women in society that even have a chance at some real joy in their life. Because every other man will do you wrong if you're chasing that superficial love. Another way I want to phrase it is those type of women are chasing an immature love experience. All of you should be chasing a mature love experience. That's what I wanted this throughout my whole life. I didn't know what I wanted to be. All I knew was that I wanted a mature love experience with a mature woman so I can take this and raise my kids properly and don't got to worry about all the BS everybody else going through.
I have a question for you, Trigger Mike, since you said that. Do you think you have that mindset because you were raised that way by your parents and your family? Because I think what you're saying is absolutely true for modern women, majority, but also true for a lot of modern men as well. So I'm just going to bring the balance in there because I think a lot of modern men, not all of them, may be also chasing a good time or just sex or just, and then that's how they end up single parents, right? Because a lot of times they're just chasing after these things and a woman's beauty and having fun and taking trips and spending money and going out. And if they're, maybe they don't have that mindset to be that husband, like you're saying, maybe because they also didn't learn it at home, like a lot of modern women didn't learn it at home. So are you saying you have that mentality because you learned it from your family?
So I do have the mentality. It was actually definitely learned from my upbringing. The only reason we phrase it towards women so much is because, let's say in the Black community, if you look at the stats, twice as many Black women have kids as Black men. So they suffer from that problem way more than men ever could, right? So that's the reason why it's more something posed to women than men, but men are represented in that too, to be fair.
But it doesn't have to be from like your upbringing. It could just be about your surroundings. You watch people having, uncomfortable lives and you're like, how did they get that? I don't want it. And then you go, do the opposite. So it could be both.
I agree.
All right. Guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. Now it's time to get to the meat of the conversation, and we know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
With that being said, our next topic of the night is relationships are the greatest mirror. Relationships are the greatest mirror. Let me go ahead and play this clip to give it a little bit more context.
Relationships are the biggest mirrors that we can have because your partner could tell you something and they could say it from their perspective in just a very simple way, matter-of-fact way. But if that triggers you, then what that's doing is it's triggering a wound inside of you, and it gives you an opportunity to do one of two things. Either A, keep defending, keep the wall up, keep the fight, keep the blocking away from letting someone really into the depths of your vulnerability and your soul. Or B, you get to be conscious and aware of the fact that this is an opportunity for you to heal and for you to let go.
All right, relationships are our greatest mirror. Start with you first, Precious, then I go to Bruiser. Then let go.
I thought let go was going to be the first one since it said let go at the end. I thought that was his topic or something.
I believe relationships are your greatest mirror. A lot of times when you're in a relationship, it's a reflection of the things that you are, the way that you carry yourself. So I do agree. Relationships are your greatest mirror.
All right, go ahead, Bruiser.
Yeah, they are. You can your spouse, the one who love you, the one who sacrificed with you, the one who goes on these journeys, these challenges with you, is the most honest person that you're gonna ever meet. and they're gonna tell you everything that's fucked up, and they're gonna tell you that everything that's good. And if you're willing to, let her in and understand and figure it out together, y'all gonna go far, man. And that's what happened with me and my wife. As arrogant as I could be, and asshole, and very direct, and authoritative I can be, I still listen to my wife whenever she has things to say or she has input, and I see if it resonates with me, and if it's something that can, attack something that's going on with me and myself, then I concede to it, and it works out for us. So.
That's beautiful.
Oh, I get my beautiful. Thank you, appreciate that.
So I want to answer too. Like, I like him actually. I follow him on TikTok, so he makes a lot of valid points. And I think, like I was talking earlier today, like the first topic when I was talking about people lack the self accountability. That's why when your person is your mirror and you don't like what they're showing you, they run, they flee, because they don't like themselves. So when their person is mirroring their same actions, they don't like it. They run, they break up. That's why people aren't sustaining these relationships. That's why there's so much single parents and they can't stay together and they can't have a relationship work and a marriage work, because when that person mirrors you, you hate what you see, but they're showing you and what you need to work on. And people don't want to put in the work. They don't have the discipline. Like I was saying from the beginning of the show, they lack self-accountability. They lack discipline. So unless you have those two things as an individual, you're never going to have it within a successful relationship. So that's why most people are single. And I learned so much from my partner. He shows me so many things that I need to work on. And it's to a point where it's like, okay, you know what? This is what I need to work on. I need to do it immediately. This is why I need to do it. All right, I'm going to do it now. But again, that I wasn't always like that. I had to grow into that person, but now I'm on board and I understand. So I think relationships could be a great way to improve self.
Yeah, like Balance just killed that right there. Like when you are in a relationship with somebody, that other person is going to mirror who you actually are. And if that person gets scared and run away, don't worry about it, because the bottom line is the one thing that the guy said that nobody said anything about was trigger. Once you find yourself triggered, that is not necessarily a bad thing. That is an opportunity. And that is what the guy said. See, people get scared of these triggers and trauma and all this other stuff. But triggers and trauma, that's simply something that's stored in the amygdala that brings up something that happened before. So that means you're in a relationship with somebody that brings up something that happened before. It doesn't supposed to be something scary. It's supposed to be something that you have to look into, because now you realize like, oh, damn, I thought I was, completely healed, or no, I still got some work to do. So when you find that out, that person just enlightened you instead of triggered you. So when you look at it, because it's all about perception, Balance said perception. When you look at getting triggered as an enlightenment instead of something that you're scared of, you are now a person that is ready for marriage and things like that. But a person that just jumps up and runs, they ain't ready for nothing, because they're still ready to go back to their little hole that they've been in for the last 20 years of their lives before, when the original thing actually happened that caused the trigger. And that is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Triggers are signs.
I think you froze.
You
froze.
You
back, bro.
But I was gonna say, similar to what balancing was saying, that people when you're in a relationship, there's times where you have that person that's gonna tell you, hey, you need to stop doing that. That's not good for you. But then I'm gonna use women today, because women are the ones who are running. Women are going to look at that and be like, What are you talking about? I could do this. I could do whatever I want. You're not my dad. And then when it comes to the point where they're getting too damn old, they're like, you know what? You right. And then they start listening. It's too damn late now. So I feel like people need to start listening more earlier instead of later, and stop complaining, because what you're doing is, if you wait too long to figure out, oh, well, I guess, the people that were telling me this had a point, then you already ended up having a whole bunch of kids, because you went from this dude to that dude to this dude, when you could have just settled with the first one if he was good for you and listened from the jump. And then you will have a better life instead of creating all this trauma, like what Balance was saying earlier, all these kids. You know what I'm saying? That could stop if you just listen from the beginning. And it does not take a good upbringing to learn what's right and wrong. Look around you, see, hey, I don't want that shit because that ain't for me. As women, you guys need to value yourself more. I don't think women value themselves at all. They like, you know what? Yeah, I'm a this baby mom, or I'm this way. Now, certain things happen. I'm not talking about, situations that are unfortunate, but I'm talking about people who are choosing. And I'm not talking about married people either, because that's very different. But people who are choosing to have this life, you can have a better life if you just value yourself a little bit more than what you think you are. You as a woman can be a good person, a good woman to a man. You just have to want it. And women don't want it. So they end up doing, you know what? I'm going to have my whole phase. Matter of fact, my whole phase going to last for the next 10 years because I'm not ready till I'm 30. Matter of fact, I'm not ready till I'm 35. You know what? I'm going to wait till I'm 40. Doesn't make any sense. You guys should want it earlier, because what are you here to do? Just be single and free? That's not life.
Yep. Hey, facts. That's all facts right there. So relationships are not only the greatest mirror, they're also the greatest projector, right? So people don't leave relationships all the time because their spouse failed. We got to talk more about this. Some people leave relationships because they failed and now they can't face themselves in the mirror. You see what I'm saying? So I've noticed that because I saw a stat years ago that said 54% of divorcees regret getting a divorce. That's pretty much testament to the fact that you did something, you let it boil up into the point of a divorce, and you didn't take the time to reconcile with yourself that you could have fixed it. You should have been more patient. You just had a knee-jerk reaction, because that's what we don't do. We don't look inward. We don't self-reflect, right? We see on YouTube, Instagram, everything. People don't take accountability. All they do is talk about the other person's failure, right? I never in my life have talked about negatively about any ex. And if my wife leaves me, I won't talk negatively about her because I'm the dumbass that married her, right? So we don't realize how we make ourselves look when we dive into just taking shots at people, when the common denominator in every failed relationship is you. You were there for every single failed relationship. So I think people need to take a better self-inventory and understand that relationships will definitely let you know who you are. You will project every bad behavior you have onto that person in that relationship, and that takes a great amount of accountability to bring that out of a person so they can make better decisions down the line in the future.
All right, go ahead, Ali.
So I'm looking at the way the video portrayed relationships. I guess the way he was trying to convey what he was saying, but I look at relationships more so on a collective than I do individual. And what I mean by that is the same thing, tying back to what Anton was saying, which I'm gonna address right now too. When there's people who speak the truth, and when there's people that's addressing accountability, people hate that today. People hate the truth today, and people hate accountability. The most divisive relationship that occurs, someone that makes other people comfortable by telling them the truth, and then we'll change that. And what we said on another panel about mental health is we'll call it gaslighting, we'll call it triggers, when it's actually weaknesses that we're still not addressing as a people. So all the brothers and sisters on this panel, if I really love you and care about you, which I love and care and respect about everyone, I'm going to tell the truth regardless of how uncomfortable it makes someone, regardless of the feelings that comes out of someone, regardless of how someone takes it, regardless of someone say they think I hate them, regardless if they think I'm speaking negative. Because it's what's funny is a lot of things we push in relationships collectively is some people what we love to do now. We love materialism. We love consumerism. We love anything and everything except for strong families and strong people. So if we tie all this back again and we talk about obedience, discipline, and the training of a code and behavior of two people, of men and women supposed to be investing in manhood, this is the part what Anton was talking about, which I acknowledge every single time, is that we all will say one thing out of one side of our mouth, and then we'll use everything else to deflect from being accountable and addressing the truth of us supposed to maintain each other. So when we say mirrors, relationships are mirrors, it transcends beyond even our individual selves. You're a mirror of your father, his grandfather, and the things that he does say, and all we say is how we can become the triumphs of our fathers, or we become the sins of our fathers. So until we move collectively in relationships and acknowledging that we got to get rid of them words like triggers and gaslighting and see it as weakness, as something when someone's saying something. If I say something, if I love you to death and respect you to death, and you ask me what I can do to change my life, and I tell you, you can either go, I'm going to do that, or I'm triggered or offended by it. Same thing with JR, same thing with Anton, same thing with Mr. Let Go, Trigger, Bruiser, all the brothers on here. If I go to a Bruiser and Bruiser goes, man, you lazy as hell. You don't want to do nothing for nobody else but yourself. You a narcissist. And I go, that's my trigger. I'm gaslighted now. I know that's my weakness and I'm refusing to address it. So until we collectively are addressing each other first in the mirror, and we are acknowledging what makes beautiful and great people who are accountable and tell the truth for strong people that don't aspire for weakness, then the mirrors don't mean anything until we actually look in the mirror. And if I need to bring Michael Jackson up when he said, I'm talking to the man in the mirror, that song said it more than anything. Like, until we can talk about everybody else, we got to look at ourselves in the mirror. And it does become our greatest mirrors, us first, and then it's reflective of people we connected to. So we either going to trauma bond with other people and become narcissists who trauma bond, or we going to bond each other to build great, beautiful relationships that build families.
All right. Anybody else wanted to respond? What was that, Balance?
No, it was like a little fly I seen in here.
Okay. You got a jungle over there. Go ahead.
I believe that when I was, a lot of people say, like when I reflect back to Kevin Samuel's show, he would question women, well, why aren't you with the baby daddy? Like, I was young and dumb. That was just a reflection of them. You know what I'm saying? They were dumb. They didn't know any better. And they made wrong choices in relationships. And I totally agree with that, because you really have to value yourself more. And when you don't know yourself, you don't even know what you don't even know what you're getting yourself into. And that's what happened with me. I just thought all men are providers. Everything, the world is lovey-dovey. And I was so naive. I was just so naive. I was just a naive person. But my naivety really took a toll on me. It really put my children at a disadvantage where, the dad isn't present, and he's not consistent. And I didn't take my time, and I didn't know from a naive standpoint that this isn't good. This isn't a potential good partner. But I didn't know, because I didn't know myself. I didn't know what I wanted. And so therefore, me making these rush choices, these superficial choices, in the long run, my children have suffered. Our family isn't together. Things are broken. I'm trying to keep it together. And it's like, oh my God, well, how do I fix this? And it's like, when I became more aware of myself and reflecting what I did and the choices I made, how I played my part in it, I said, I want the opposite. I want a family. I want to be a good wife. I want to know my boundaries. I want to know my triggers. I want to know all these things, so that if a person did show these things to me, I'm not going to react, but I'm going to respond. So a lot of us, I think modern women just respond, and react, and they don't know how to respond. They don't know how to reflect. They don't know how to take that deep breath. They just blast off. Well, you stink. Your feet stink. They bring out all your flaws, but they don't never reflect on their own. So it was a lot of digging deep to be what I wanted, to show up for myself, And to be what I wanted and to get a relationship that I wanted, I had to be those things to myself first. And it just took me a long time to even realize that and to take accountability, to allow, and even this is what women don't want to do. They don't even want to take a man's point of view. They don't want a man's evaluation. That's why I love Kevin Samuels, I'm sorry, but that's why I think women just hated him so much or disliked him so much, is because they just didn't want to see themselves. They didn't want to acknowledge it. They wanted to hold on to all the lies that their friends have enabled them, whoever's lied to them, they just wanted to hold on to that. And they believed the truth so much that when he held that mirror up to them, they just couldn't accept it. And it was like a cognitive dissonance. But you see later down the line, well, I should have listened to him. I should have did this. I should have. But what streamlined me to becoming more successful and actually starting to court now was listening to a man's opinion, was listening to a man holding a mirror up to me, because women, we don't know. We're not logical. We're very emotional. We're in the moment. But a man, he can just tone that down. And so that's how I streamline my success and being better to be able to facilitate better relationships by listening to other people's criticism of me and my performance and how I can do better.
Well, Stephanie, I want to say something to your point, because I appreciate you sharing. And like you brought up Kevin Samuels, right? A lot of women, they were rejecting his methods and he said a lot of truth, but they were rejecting it because they've never heard a man speak like that before. It goes back to childhood. So I'm going to counter you a little bit, Lady Di, because I grew up with a lot of Kevin Samuels in my family. So I had men in my family. So I think very differently, you know what I mean? But it's because I grew up with those strong men in my family. So everything Kevin was saying is not new information. Sometimes the way he said it wasn't even new, because men in my family talk like that, you know what I mean? So I'm used to hearing it. But then you have a lot of women who've never heard that from a man at all. They never heard that truth from a man because they didn't grow up with fathers, period. They didn't even grow up with uncles or anybody in their family that could remotely teach them, train them, guide them, anything. So it's like when they hear it for the first time, they just they don't know how to react, right? They don't know how to respond, like you were saying, Steph. So it's sad, but it does get to a point where a woman, she goes her whole life, now she's a grown adult, never been disciplined by a man.
But it depends.
And let me finish. Never been disciplined by a man. And I say, when a man disciplines the woman in his family, that's him showing her love. So they never been disciplined by a man. So they never been shown real love by a man. So it's like now when somebody's trying to come with them with pure truth, even though I didn't always agree with how he said it, but a lot of it was true. And it's like, oh, I can't take it. I have to just attack and respond like I'm having a girl argument. Like I'm in high school and girls are arguing about who's prettier. Like that's what it would turn into. And it's like, no, this is a man trying to help you. It's not like trying to win an argument. So they didn't know how to respond. And I say, Lady Di, it goes back to childhood, because I don't have those issues with masculine men. I have masculine men in my family. My father's in my life. You know, I have these men around. So I'm blessed in that sense, but a lot of our women were not. Well, you could tell. And what I'm saying is you can tell the difference. And some of them, they may have had mentors and other men that may be family friends that helped him. That's great. But those women who are in Kevin Samuels, the majority of them didn't have that, and you could tell. That's all I'm saying.
So I was one of those women in half, right? So I had father's figures in my life, but then there was a point where they weren't talking like Kevin Samuels. I heard the talk from Kevin Samuels before Kevin Samuels came out from my husband, and I was like, "What?" You know, it was weird for me. I didn't have what you had, so I had to learn. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn from my own husband and understand what he was saying. So it does depend on who is around you and what type of man you have. You know, not all men are going to speak that way. Not all men are leaders in that way. They're leaders in different ways. So you could still learn from others. You just have to know what is conducive for your life and if it's going to put you at a top of success, especially if you want to be married. So just pay attention more. But see, today is different. You could learn from a lot of different sources. Back in the day, there wasn't that many, you know, you just look around you. Like I always say that's how I learned. I looked around my, community.
But Lady Di, imagine if it wasn't your husband talking to you like that for the first time. If it was a stranger on the internet, you probably wouldn't have responded in the same manner. What do you think?
No, well, so I knew I wanted to be married. So that was like the first step. Because if I don't want to be married, it didn't matter what he said. I would have went on to the next guy, you know? So if your goal, and especially I'm speaking to a single woman out there, if your goal is to be married, listen to the man you're trying to marry, or listen to men, period, that are, you know, showing you that they're good. Don't walk around and be like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. So you have to have that set goal first, and then you'll be able to receive information from a man. So that's why I was able to learn and understand that way. It wasn't like I learned like that. It didn't take overnight. But because I wanted to be married, it went there, and then I'm married now. So
But the thing I saw what Kevin saying was it wasn't so much of men wasn't doing it or saying this stuff to women. We were saying it. We was only just focusing our energy and time on the person we was dealing with, instead of going to go talk to all the women. You know what I'm saying? And let them know they got some bullshit going on with them. You know, a lot of guys just didn't have the time and energy to go out and do that. So we just only focused on who we were dealing with at the time, and we were letting them know, hey, look, man, you're delusional, or this some bullshit. But Kevin Samuels was like, you know what, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna take my time and my energy, and I'm gonna devote it to trying to make a difference. And his way of making a difference was shedding light and exposing all the negative behavior and the delusion that was going on in the dating world. I mean, he was doing other things, but for the most part, in this specific case, you know, a lot of there were men out there shedding light. We just wasn't going all over the place, you know, being a spokesperson, you know. And rest in peace to Kevin Samuels.
Trying to teach a woman at, you know, a child or a teen and 20 is way different than trying to teach like a 30-year-old woman, where, like Anton was saying, her brain's fully developed, she done been through life experience, and that, like, she's set in her ways. So I think it's a lot harder at that age than if she would have got it from her dad or her uncle or her brother growing up, is what I'm saying. That's all.
I think that's the reason why you see so many men divesting, right? Because I didn't have these particular circumstances, but another issue we got is so many men came up with single mothers that they're trying to save women all the time. They're trying to save all these women, and they're like, no, they 30, my mom was like that, I'm not going to do her like that. So what you see a lot of men doing is holding on hope, and now they're realizing the situation is kind of hopeless post Kevin Samuels. Because even, like, I mean, you look at how masterful he was at substantiating his point, and women were still resisting to the point where they couldn't even attack the argument. They just had to attack him back.
And so these guys, and to trigger Mike's point, these guys is not really out here trying to preach to these women no more. Like, they're getting exhausted. Now they're figuring out a way to make money. So a lot of these guys out here breeding cats.
Most guys ain't built to even be able to give advice anyway, so I don't really think that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I like how Kevin did it because he kept it factual, and you can't argue the facts. It just so happened that Black women rank high in those statistics. So that's what made a lot of women upset. And I know that Black men want to be with Black women, but they want to start their own family too. You know, they don't want to have to have your family there, 6,000 kids, even though, like, you want to save her, you know, and be there for your community. But I think men that do the work and put the work in, I think they deserve their own families too. They should start their own families with a woman that doesn't have any kids. I think they deserve that.
I don't think that everybody deserves a family, though. That's the problem. Sure.
I'm actually on board with Anton now. We talked a few weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah. When I was on tour, I said the word marriage in front of 650 women.
They was like, nah.
And they was like, no, some of us don't want to be married, Mr. Let Go.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, wow. And that was the last time I said the word marriage.
That's not true, Mr. Let Go. Don't take Anton's side. Them women that was saying that, they using that as a shield and insecurity because they know they can't get a man to marry them. So
my point is, it don't even matter. I don't give a damn. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let them stay out there. Period.
Wow.
That's my whole thing.
There's so many questions you can ask a woman after she says she don't want to be married to find out that is a pure lie.
I agree.
So,
Why are you arguing with the person that is telling you something? Let them stay out there. And that is the whole point.
Why are
I'm
y'all
not
trying to
saying
convince
what's
these
right or what's wrong.
No. We're not.
If this is
you're
what
right.
they want
You're
to
beyond
say,
statement.
hold on. If this is what they want to do, this is what they want to say, let them stay out there. That's all my whole point. We are arguing with women. I ain't gonna say the word, but F them. You feel me? If they don't want to get married, they want to stay out here, let they dumbasses stay out here. That's
I agree.
it.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with Anton.
Yeah.
The arguments are over because let them stay out here.
So let me ask y'all a question. Are y'all as guys telling me y'all can't find one woman at all? Not one?
Who's single on the panel?
I ain't talking about to the guys on the panel just in general. I'm saying about people in general. Are y'all telling me y'all can't find one out of 4+ billion women? Doesn't matter, what the race is, whatever. You can't find one.
Good question, Anton.
Well, personally, I just got back in the market, so I wasn't really looking for it. But personally, I just got back in the market within
I'm not talking about the guys that's not interested at the time of getting married, but y'all say a lot of people say that the majority of men want to be married. Now, one of the things that I've experimented with over the last year plus is I've done a lot of different panels, including Fight Club, where I've allowed anybody that wants to talk to be able to come up on the panel, right? And I'm going to tell you what I see, right? Because I'm an equal accountability partner, and I got smoke for everybody. I see a lot of dust. I see a lot of dusties. I see people that are ungroomed, no job, like they just existing. And if you're telling me that the majority of people are suitable for marriage, I'm trying to understand where, man. And how come people can't find one person? You telling me we got all of the freedom in the world to be able to go and travel and do whatever it is that we want to do wherever we want to go. And the majority of the people want to be married. And you telling me you can't find one? Because nobody told you had to date every single woman on the planet. But if that's what you're looking to do, you telling me you can't find one person. That's crazy to me. It just don't, the math ain't mathing for me.
Trauma.
I concur.
That's the one word.
It's just not mathing to me. The math ain't mathing to me. I see people every single day, like city to city, state to state.
It's me.
And I'm trying to understand what the heck is happening.
Anton, I say the same thing.
You don't understand what the issue is.
I say the same thing.
Tell me what the issue is, Bruiser. I'm sure. Hold on. I'm sure Bruiser is going to school me. Go ahead. Give me the issue, Bruiser.
This is what I see. I understand what you see. What I see is these men want a specific woman that they may not qualify for.
Oh, okay.
But that's not the problem. That's not the question. The question is, can you find the person? I didn't say can you find somebody that you
they can find the woman that they qualify. That's not the one they want.
I don't think that's men's problem.
That's a completely different problem, and I don't think that that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that's men's problem per se.
What is the trigger, Mike? Somebody give me some insight.
Restate the question. I'm sorry.
So how you gonna negate me what I say if you don't even go ahead, Trigger Mike?
The question is, why is it so difficult to find one girl?
Oh, I can't answer that. It's not difficult.
Because think about it. If everybody got the solution, because
we're talking about just
we got a lot of coaches. We got a lot of coaches that's making a lot of money out here in these streets.
Yeah.
Right. And we all know the talking points. A lot of people can quote Kevin Samuels back and forth, right? And we know how to vet. We know how to, everybody know, okay, cool. 2-parent household, awesome. Make sure she ain't got kids, great. All of these different things, right? So now I'm trying to understand, because I would never tell somebody to do something from a financial perspective as far as how I'm coaching them unless I first mastered it myself. So now that we have all of the solutions, I'm trying to understand where's the implementation.
Can I say two things real fast? The first one, Anton, I want to ask you a question of what we spoke on another panel. what did you speak about that made Rita special when we talked about the amount of women out here and their body counts?
What made her special?
Mm-hmm. Just that alone, without even bringing the quality of who she is as a person. When we talked about how much is too much, when we talked about body counts, just that first, and then I'm gonna say what I think.
So you're talking about the fact that she was a virgin?
Yep. So
Okay.
the second part is what men been saying, fathers been saying for the last 34 years. Why buy the cow if you can milk it for free?
Correct. However, that's not what's being communicated, though, Ali. What's being communicated is I want to be married.
Mm-hmm. But
And
it's
so it's
right.
different. See, again, and I'm not an advocate for somebody. I'm not telling everybody that they got to get married. That's not my argument. My argument is usually, listen, if this is what you're going to do, let me prepare you and give you the insight on how you can be married successfully. That's what I usually say. Now, for the people that don't want to get married, I say, don't get married. Have fun, do what you want to do, have a good time. Just please don't have no kids out of wedlock. Please don't have no kids out of wedlock because they didn't ask to be here. Now, what I do see communicated is guys say, I want to be married. And when you start to parse through those group of men, which is the overwhelming majority of them, and I just did a poll the other day, probably last week, I think, I'm wondering why can't they find a girl?
How old are they?
A lot of those guys lack the ability to sacrifice and uphold their duty in a relationship. They don't have the means to be in a house. They want to be a husband. They don't have the means to take care of a household.
That's not true.
They want a woman to be submissive to them. Because I hear them. I don't be on your panels much, but the ones that I'm on, they want a woman to be submissive. They want to require it, but they don't qualify for it.
That's not true, Bruiser.
It is true. A lot of the guys don't even.
Okay. If it's true for Daquan, then why isn't it true for Jose? Okay, why isn't it true for all these men who black men make more money than? Why does Jose go out here and lay bricks for less than $100 a day, but go home to a woman that washes his feet? Don't give me that. Black men are perfectly suitable to pair with and build a life with. Perfectly suitable. Stop that rhetoric. Bro.
Why are you making it about a race?
It has to be about. I just gave you a standard.
You making it about a race? How they make it about a race?
Black men make more than Hispanic men, and you're
making it about money, solely money too.
Well, you said don't qualify for. Explain what you mean by don't qualify.
Thank you. Now I can explain. First of all, these guys don't know how to leverage the power of their seed. They don't know how to leverage the power of their seed. They don't have any duty. They don't know how to be consistent in their role in the relationship. They don't have any discipline. They don't want to be committed. They still want to exercise their options.
Okay,
so they don't have the financial stability.
Hey, trigger.
Marriage to even get married.
Trigger, real fast. Didn't Anton just said
masculine?
Did Anton said men said they want marriage?
You said they wanted marriage.
No, right. Did Anton? No. Are we saying men said they want marriage?
They said they want it.
Do women in general say they don't need marriage or men?
That's true. That's also true. I think
so we have to take that into consideration.
That's not true.
That is true.
I don't know. I think Ali.
The overwhelming majority of women want to be married.
Yes.
No. I think they do, but they speak with forked tongue. They'll say one thing from one side. You know they really want to be married, but they're not going to do what it takes to be married.
But here's the thing, Ali. We're not asking every single woman to qualify themselves. The question goes back to my original question is:
all you need is one.
You can't find one.
You can't find one.
I'm not asking people to qualify 1,000. I'm saying
they just don't want to settle.
I'm saying, is it impossible?
That's true too, Dan.
It's a valid question.
Because I'll give you an example. There's been people on a regular basis. We just came from the meetup in Miami. And it was people that said, Anton, thank you for bringing us together. We are getting married in June. Yep. Literally. They said we getting married in June. Yep. Just from me bringing them together and they meeting each other. And they connected. Rita, how many people have we met on a regular basis that said, yo, Anton, I want you to meet my wife. Thank you for interest. Like on a regular basis, I see people connecting all the time. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take myself out of it, right? Jedi Mike is about to get married.
You mean Trigger Mike?
Oh, snap. He met
No,
her.
no. Jedi Mike.
Oh.
Literally. My man's JB and Cam. JoJo just got married just from a chick that he just met. What I'm wondering is, how is it this impossible for people to find one?
No, what it really is.
Another thing I can say is a lot of these guys are not educated, and they're not aware, and they got this fear that if they get in a marriage and it fails, then they're gonna get half of their salaries or all the bad things that happen in the legal system to them.
Something called a prenup. They could do that.
That's why I said they're not aware and educated.
And
How
to
are
your
they not
point,
aware? Who don't know what a prenup is?
well, and to your
Bro,
point,
there's a lot of
Bruiser,
people out here that don't know.
So that's not a problem. That's not a problem. They got a prenup.
First of all, A, who don't know what a prenup is, and B, the overwhelming majority of these guys, outside of say JB and then a couple other people that I know, ain't coming with nothing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you should.
So what is there to protect?
You should get one anyways, right?
Huh?
If you ain't
I
got
would get.
shit, don't get one.
yeah,
people get one
Bruiser,
anyway.
outside of the prenup part, like I was tracking with you, the first part of your statement. What it really is that these men have an improper example and outlook about what constitutes a substantial relationship.
And
All right,
family.
so many of these
Altogether.
dudes are out here trying to wife their favorite sex doll.
Thank
They have
you,
no
Trigger Mike.
they have no idea that is not what constitutes a substantial woman
No,
or a
man.
woman you should be vetting for a wife. But you know,
Sex doll,
the
come
sad
on, bro.
part is that they got that from their moms, watching their mom in a relationship, the lack of a father in the home, right? They're trying to be like the most successful black man they know, which is either an athlete or a rapper, right? The fathers are not the upstanding example in their life. They're not worshiping the fathers and the upstanding men in the community. They worship the superficial athletes, rappers, etc. So they're trying to do what they think other successful black men do, and that's not right. Like I can't tell you how many people that I heard say they met some chick they taken seriously in the club. Not that you can't meet anyone there, but it's just a low likelihood that is where you're going to find.
Wait.
Yeah.
Again, if I'm a person that's looking for marriage,
Yeah.
why am I going to the club?
Right.
No, I'm agreeing. That's what I'm saying.
Again, because I'm not telling people to get with anyone, but I'm saying you ain't met nobody.
Nobody.
You don't have no network of women that you connected with that are substantiating themselves based off of character, having a good spirituality.
Let me finish.
You ain't in no listen. If you ain't even in a circle to where you know where good women are and you connected with them, that's a bigger problem than you not being able to find a woman to be like. That's a problem.
That's true. And to that point, to finish my last point. To that point, that's what I was gonna say about you saying all of the people that met on Lapeef and all these people that met on YouTube got married. If you look at the time it took for them to get married, and what I think, just knowing JB, knowing Cam, when you're able to get into a space where you can find like-minded women, when you're actually talking about substantive topics, and you're picking this woman's brain like, damn, she know. You can see how quickly marriage can happen between people, right? So they're not be out talking about BS. And I think the most important part of it is like this is a part of the courting process, right? When you're really getting down to the meat of what creates a good relationship with people, you're gonna find out on these panels if she wants kids or not, right? So and I think the best part about it is that you get to learn a woman without occupying an intimate space with her. I think that's what everybody should do. Yeah, that's what everybody should do.
I agree,
with a woman they vetting for marriage. Look, my wife was my type. I had to talk to her on the phone because I see that body in person, I'm gonna want to take you down. But I don't want to occupy an intimate space with you because I still got stuff I need to find out. I got to keep my head clear. That's why I say if you want marriage, try your hardest. I know it's hard, fellas. Don't sleep with her, bro, because then you're not even gonna want to understand the things about it that you were supposed to. You just want to hit again.
Every man has a different reason why he don't want to get married. I don't think we can just put a whole blanket over it for every case of those guys on those Fight Club panels. I think it would be
You know
disobedient.
the interesting thing that I find about you, Bruiser, is that you are incredibly inconsistent.
No.
You are quite possibly the most inconsistent guy that I've seen come on the Lapeef Network. Let me tell you why.
Substituted for considerate.
No, you're inconsistent.
I'm
because
considerate.
you pick and choose when you want to be accountable, and then when you want to run in the victim Olympics. And this is what I see more often than not.
What did I show that it was a victim?
The thing about it is that I can respect somebody more if they give smoke on both sides. See, I'm gonna give credit to women when credit is due, and I'm gonna hold them. I'm gonna call them hoes, and I'm gonna tell them they for the streets. If I see them, they hoes and they for the streets, right? But you be caping. You literally be caping, bro. You make more excuses. I think you do more damage than help to men by making excuses as to why people shouldn't be what it is that they be. If we talk about money, is oh man, because so many men can't make it out here in these streets in the United States of America.
When did I say that?
If we're talking about relationships, I mean,
Never said that.
Most guys don't even know what a prenup is. Like, what rock are you living under, bro?
I said most people don't know.
This is 2000.
Most people are unaware and uneducated. That ain't got nothing to do with me being inconsistent.
You are inconsistent, and the inconsistency is.
And I never said they didn't have enough money. Trigger Mike said it was finances because he referenced Mexico.
No. You said money was a factor. Also,
I said it wasn't solely money. I said men
are
not
willing
to make sacrifices.
See what I'm saying? You won't even admit the fact that you added money as a caveat, as one of the factors.
I stated men want women to be submissive, but they don't qualify for submission.
No. Listen. Every man, and see, that's the inconsistency. Because first you say that men don't know, and now you're saying that men don't qualify. Which one is it? Either they don't know or they don't qualify.
Women to be submissive don't qualify for it.
Every man qualifies for submission.
No, they don't.
Every man qualifies for submission.
Every man don't qualify for it.
Every man qualifies for submission.
Go ahead and ride his coattail.
A woman can't beat your ass, therefore you qualify.
Every man. That's not what I'm talking about. Listen. A man provides inherent value just by being a man. The very fact that
hold on, wait. Listen to what you just said by being a man. A lot of these men. Hold on, let me just say that a lot of these men lack masculinity.
Bruiser, let me ask you a question. Is a woman gonna protect herself?
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Is a woman gonna protect herself?
Is every man masculine?
Or do she naturally revert back to being a woman when she faces fear and danger?
Is every man masculine?
No. Answer the question. Is a woman going to protect herself, or is she going to naturally revert back to being feminine when it comes to
danger? She's going to naturally revert back.
Okay, then that means that man deserves submission. Because you don't even have to be.
You fixating your context on something that got nothing to do with what I'm saying.
You don't even have to be married to get submission. The very fact
you
that
need to be masculine in order to get submission. You can't be a feminine man and expect a woman to submit to you.
No.
You need to leverage your man, bro. You need to be dominant. You need to be a leader. You need to be masculine. You can't do that.
You learn this crap from, bro.
I got a quick question. I got a quick question.
I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Quick question.
Can gay dudes demanding expectations over expectations? If you have masculinity,
where are you getting this crap from?
All right, so can gay dudes still fight?
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about a matter of fighting. I'm talking about a matter of being in a relationship and leading your fucking household.
Hold on, bro.
To Anton's point, can gay dudes still fight?
It's not a matter of fighting. Y'all keep bringing about fighting. I'm talking about running a fucking household.
I'm saying
you have
a gay dude
out
is
here.
still a man, and he can protect a woman if need be.
Bruh, I've been in the fucking military. There's a such thing
as cut down on the cussing, bro.
Me too.
Bruh, like I said, you have to be masculine. It's a lot of guys out here in 2023 that's soft as baby poop.
But they're still men.
Yeah, but even if they're soft, doesn't mean that you have to disrespect a man. A man deserves respect.
You listening. So again, this feeds into the whole argument of being inconsistent. Is the argument that you're making that men can't find the right wives because women aren't doing what they're supposed to do, or is it because men don't deserve it because they can't substantiate themselves as being able to be the providers, protectors, and then a man that a woman needs to submit to? Which one is it?
This is my argument for men. You got to understand and embrace masculinity. That's number one. Number two, you got to promote selflessness. A lot of men aren't doing those two things. Number three, you got to qualify, and then you got to require submission. If you can't do those three things, you can't have a successful marriage.
So now you're no longer holding the woman accountable as to why a man.
No, I'm not. I have listen.
Well, you gave me your 3 points, and I didn't hear anything about.
I gave you 3 points for me. I started off by stating 4 men.
Okay, you got more points. Go ahead.
4 men. That's 4 men.
Okay, I got you.
For women, you got to understand and embrace femininity. You also have to promote selflessness, and then you should be submissive. And that's how you align in a relationship. That's how you have a successful marriage. The sky's the limit for men.
So unless all of those factors are in play between both men and women, it will never work, correct?
It will never work.
So this goes back into exactly the point that Trigger Mike was making. And why aren't the women from other cultures that are not as successful, right? These men are not as successful as a lot of the black men that we see every single day, right? The women work just as hard, if not harder, than a man in those relationships. When he go to work, she go to work, right? And Hispanic cultures, Mexicans, everywhere across the board, why are they still being more successfully married and growing their communities and being able to build household and being able to take over certain neighborhoods and things like that, but we aren't?
Because they have selflessness.
You just said if all of the factors is not in play, then it won't work.
Those people have selflessness. Those factors are in place.
Okay, cool.
Bruh.
So are
they set aside and postpone things that are that's superficial for the
You did not say all 3 points. See, you gave us 3 points for men and 3 points for women. You said femininity. So see, I heard what you said. But then you only qualified one thing in order to substantiate why the marriages work when it came to Mexican families versus black families. You said
if you don't have all of them, it's never gonna work.
Listen to what he's saying. I literally just dissected the inconsistencies in your argument.
Yep.
You said because here's the difference. It's okay with being wrong, or it's okay with changing your position. But you so stuck on trying to stand on something that you looking more foolish every single time because it just proves how inconsistent you are, because you qualifying it by saying one thing with a group of people, but then saying that it don't work with another group of people because
I did not say that. I did not say that. I did not say that.
You actually did, bro. You just said it. You said
No, I
if
didn't,
they
bro.
don't have all these things, it's never going to work.
I
You
said
that
you can be
45 seconds
married.
ago.
I said you have to have these 3 things in order to be in a successful
It's never
marriage.
going to work. But then you said
To be in a
another
successful
culture,
marriage,
it will work if they just
you
have
can-
selflessness.
To be in a
Bro.
successful marriage, you need these 3 things. That's my point.
Unless you're not black, and then you just need one out of 3.
Listen. That's the same thing Trigger Mike did. He went to another race, another country. I'm just speaking in general. You can break it down to the races all you want. I'm saying most important, and the reason why I said
it will work with all other races.
And the reason why I said selflessness, because that's one of the most important things you need to have.
So
Because you're going to procreate and you're going to have children. And the reason why we got a fatherless crisis.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, lady.
So are women and men in America? I'm gonna ask 2 questions. I just want yes or no real quick. Are men and women in America trained to be wives? No. Are women trained to be wives in overseas area?
Who are you asking?
Everybody, whoever wants to answer. It's different here. Men and women are not trained to be wives here at all. So if you guys are comparing race and all this type of stuff, we already know you go overseas, it's a different culture. So I mean, I understand all y'all point, honestly.
It depends on where you go overseas. If you go over to the UK, it's very much the same as it is over here in the West.
Westernized, right? I
Like,
get that.
what people don't understand is that marriage is largely set up, and it has nothing to do with femininity, masculinity. It has nothing to do with money or anything like that. It's the fastest way for people to be able to build wealth and raise themselves out of poverty and then collectively grow as a community is by aligning with one another. And the biggest way in which you can grow is the person that you lay next to every day, right? It gives the stability to the future generations, which then you then pass on other values and wealth by making sure that you together raise up a community of people that are stronger than the generation before. And so when we talking about marriage and things like that, the masculinity and all of that other type of stuff, that's how you adapt to whatever environment that you in based off of the culture that you substantiate yourself with. But marriage has always, all the way across the world in every single culture, been a way for people to align and then build up legacy by making sure that they build up a strong community and they raise their children to be more successful than they were. And so if we only substantiated it by saying that you got to be masculine and you got to be feminine, that's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
I agree to that.
As a matter of fact, I would say that marriage is more for poor people and young people than it is for older people that are already set in their ways and successful.
Listen,
So
I
that
got
means
nothing
that
against
a
it.
woman, hold on, that means that a woman, she doesn't have to have a masculine man to show respect to this man or to be submissive to this man. He just has to be a man and you respect him as his character, and then you do, as such, respectfully.
I don't want to cuss, but why the hell do we separate man and masculine?
Because you just said it yourself, bro.
No,
you
I
said
did
that
not.
about 2 minutes ago.
No, I did not. I didn't never
Yes, you did.
separated man and masculine.
I said
that's part of the problem. But when these men taking on feminine traits and they want a woman to bend for them or they want to be a leader, how the hell can they be a leader if they're not masculine at all? See, we want to do away with these gender roles. We want to do away.
Every single woman that I know.
You gotta understand, a masculine man is able to protect his family, master his emotions, and lead his household. So I don't give a damn about all that stuff about other countries and the stuff y'all spewing. I'm standing on that. You need to be a masculine. You need to be a masculine man. You need to promote selflessness, and you need to qualify and require submission.
If the evidence shows that other countries are staying married longer and that they're more successful when it comes to building up families and then bringing that same culture over here and taking over the fucking United States, it doesn't matter what you stand on. The stats are saying differently.
Listen, I don't care about what other countries do.
I know you don't.
I know what you're supposed to do as a man. I can care less what other countries do. I know what a man's supposed to do, and I know what a woman's supposed to do. I know what makes it work.
But the people in the other countries are also men, Bruiser.
What?
Yeah, and you're also disqualifying the fact that, because I'm gonna flip it, Bruiser, if these men are so non-feminine, displaying feminine traits, whatever, what have you, then the onus is on the woman for even getting with these men and giving them their bodies. Why the hell are we talking about sheep? You've seen my short later. Lions do not concern themselves with the actions of sheep. Why are women who are supposed to be lionesses fucking sheep? Why am I concerned with that at all? I'm not. If you are bending over and sexually submitting to a man who is not worthy, that's your goddamn problem.
We have women on the panel, and we're not using this as an advantage. Ladies, if a man says how do you vet a man to make sure that he's able to lead a household and be a husband and a father and protect the household? How do you get, what are traits you look for in a man?
So
that give you the discernment that, hey, look, this guy is the deal for the job.
If you talk about masculine, we got two parts to that, because there's men that are masculine, but they're not like a super protector, like they know how to fight and knock a dude down. And then you got a dude that is very, masculine, and he know how to fight real good, whatever the case is. So you got two different types of men, but the men that is not a fighter can still protect. As long as he's not acting like me, then we good. But you don't got to be extra. As long as you can hold it down, because you the man, you go do that.
So that's a protective part. He might not have the strength or physical fitness or taekwondo skill level 5 or some shit, but he's willing and he's able to protect you and the children.
Right. So
he knows how to maintain his aggression, right? Okay. He's assertive.
Okay.
He's focusing heavily on building his confidence through mastering his skill and talents or whatever profession he has.
No, just a man, just being a man.
All right, we got
that's what I call being a man. If you're not doing that, you're not a man. So I don't separate the two.
We're gonna be all night with this. Hey, Precious and Wife School, go ahead and
go all day with it.
And take us out.
You know, we talked about other countries and you know how the women there are they're pretty much trained up to be wives. They're trained to be submissive to their men, and they have no problem doing it. However, here women have, I mean, you have women that will rather have sugar daddies than husbands. You know, they don't want to put in the work. They don't want to do any self-reflection. They don't want to work with a man. They don't want to hear a man out when he has concerns. So that's a huge problem in itself because it takes a man and a woman to do that. You know what I mean? So if the women aren't coming to the table to do it, then the men are left with not having a woman.
All right, take us home. Wife School, briefly.
Here I go. Well, I think when I look at a man, I try to see how he shows up for himself, how he produces, what results he's doing in his life that lets me know that I can have a safe space to go to, that he can provide for me, that he can provide for my children, that he can give me a safe space to be. But if he's not doing those things, not saying that he's not a man, he's a male, but he still has to come into his flourishing, but that's just not the guy for me. I'll still respect him, but I'm not going to lay with him. I'm not going to open up my legs and give this man children and then, you know, be in some off the wall way, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to blame him, but it was actually my fault. But I think a man is a man that has duty, he has a sense of purpose, and he's on that purpose, and I just respect him no matter what.
I'll read the super chats for you if you give me 30 seconds. All right, because I got to debunk this. All right, so conditional.
Wow. I like how you did that.
I'll read them for you. Yeah, I'll give you some if you give me some. All right. Conditional submission is shot. All right, women have to submit to survive, and let me tell you why. The middle class is about to be eradicated, ladies, and that is going to affect you the most. Y'all don't do any substantive jobs in society. Y'all don't build anything. Y'all don't protect anything. Those desk jobs y'all working are about to be gone. They're about to be automated right out of society. You understand? So if you don't have a man taking care of you, if you're not a part of a community in which everyone helps each other, you're going to suffer. That is a scientific fact at this point. It's not Trigger Mike's point. All right. Submit to survive. Watch what we're saying. It's going to start in about 10 years, and you better buckle up. All right. I'll take us out with the super chats. All right. Rakeem with $5. Tell me if I'm wrong, y'all, but is it me or does everybody else get Crimson Cure vibes from the real Precious? Laid back and extremely intelligent. That's what's up. And you just don't be moving your shoulder. You keep the same posture all night long. Like, it's crazy. E Black. Oh, that dude black as hell. $5. I think the clip is about dating rather than marriage. If she left the marriage is one thing, but she can date whoever. Don't beg nobody to stay. All right. Shike Auto LLC, $10. Anton, I will say this. They know, and you can tell by their family. I disagree with balance by she is saying chemistry or physics. A man should vet for a husband. A man should vet for a husband for women, be it your daughter or sister. Frankie Baltimore, $10. Love y'all. Love the show. But Anton, if she was not teachable with others, could it be she suppresses that low key and could flare up someday? Because it's in there somewhere. Just evaluating what you said.
No, it's just that you weak and you're not built to be. You're not like me, and so you know you got to stay in your place. Ain't no such thing as a flare up. What is it? What is this? The flu? What, we got mucus? What are we talking about? Mucus? A flare up? Y'all the same type of dudes that go and pay for pussy, man.
That's true. Shike Auto LLC again for $5. Mr. Let Go, you need to be quiet. You are annoyed. Be quiet.
Yo, here come Ali people in here.
Yeah. Frankie Baltimore, $10. Ali, great point. You called that out real quick. Anton is awesome and has that it factor where you just can't rebut him. Women are not confrontational when you have a certain rep. I understand you, brother. Is that the same dude you just barked at? Oh, okay. Sterling Silver, $5. Ali is 100% correct. I caught the same thing. Balance was not keeping the same energy with both Anton and Bruiser. They come in at your
different
neck.
energies.
Balance, what you gonna do?
They're different
Like
energies.
Auto again, $5. Balancing. Okay. Balance, you need to work on a lot because we all see who you really are. And Mr. Let Go, JR, please have him on mute all the freaking time. Jeez.
All these people, bro. Y'all.
$5. Let Go won't let Bruiser have a word in, so God froze him. Won't he do it? All right, DG 1911, $2. Bitter balance, so bitter towards Ali, it's hilarious. I think they got something going on. But
do you see how everything is
it's all about Ali?
Everything is Ali. This is what they do.
Frank,
they're going to be by Ali.
Congo English, $10. Ali, keep talking, both legs.
Hey, thank you so much, y'all. Thank you.
All right, DG 11, $2. Balance gaslighting now. She got bugs and pests.
Gaslighting. Ooh, gaslighting.
DG 11, $2. All right, GC Doc Mo. Shout out to JR for avoiding them super chats going in on Simply India live show, like the gremlins avoiding water. Damn. Jones Boy 804, RIP Kevin Samuels 100. Tone Bone became a YouTube member. Appreciate that, bro. Trump said $5. Bruiser 100. Not all men are masculine, and those that aren't don't demand submissiveness, period. Keep deflecting. Some GAY men can't fight, etc. Or can fight. You damn right. I've seen it. Trump said $5. Bruiser, don't let them deflect and mix your words. To be a man, you have to be masculine, period. Michael Newell, $20. This panel is scared to challenge Anton. He's totally wrong on this, period. There's a lot of sucking up on this panel. Ali, please speak. I don't know what subject he talking about.
Why y'all want people to challenge me so bad? I don't understand that. When I'm right, I'm right.
And when you
all right, the real balancing Stevens, $2.
Very rarely am I ever wrong, but
it's no way balancing this annoying. Last show, please.
And second of all, I love balance.
I know, Anton. I love you right back.
Sherwin Thomas, $5. Anton, TLA would disagree with you wholeheartedly. What does TLA mean? All right. Even if a man comes in with nothing,
the lead attorney.
Yeah, oh yeah. He should still get a prenup. Yeah, we went over this on King Talk. Very annoying topic, but
Rita.
The real balancing Stevens, $2. JR, can we have balance mute when others talk? Question mark.
No.
That name, $2. Ali.
This shit is crazy.
Billy
I
Joe
know,
Brown.
it's his friend.
No
I support y'all. They called y'all name, but hey, boy, that's crazy, boy.
That chuckling for the masculinity
y'all
challenge guy talking about straight relationships made me do a double take on Precious.
All right. Appreciate all the super chats that has come through thus far. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you follow everybody on their individual platform. The Real Precious, Bruiser with the Concord, Wife School, Anton Daniels, all his multiple channels, Trigger Mike Show, Balance Stevens, Ali, Lady Di, and Mr. Let Go. So follow everybody that support each other. And we'll catch y'all next Thursday. Same time, same place, y'all.
Good night.
No, I really can't. Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat freak with the bare face and a slick tongue. That's what she say. She look good. She a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring out my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stat. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010, yeah, LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his face, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Spoke how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did dump up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could fuck with us. Flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space praise things she couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. With everything I say, turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the way. With everything I'm saying, turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She couldn't tell me I'm a fake. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every weekend. I hate to let it down, but I'm in a fast life, so they never slowing me down. Heartbreak, jumping like a no sleep out. How you switch up, you always let me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it.
Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. I'm eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season. 12, come and get me. Gil, the run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil, the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still let it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story, condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. Being me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my court, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these. Ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bring it condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.